Happy Tuesday afternoon. Welcome to the Law Show. My name is David Helm. I am a licensed practicing attorney in Michigan. We shall have day 4 of the Letecia Stauch case, or day 14. Oh my God, day 4. That would be horrible to go back and know what we're at. Welcome everybody looking at the chat. Yes, so I do have, it's not really a second channel. It's my law firm's channel, Helm Law. And we are, I didn't even upload it. Shoot. So what I've been doing is streaming the court's direct feed into that and then trying to use it to stream here. And it hasn't been terribly successful. However, it does give us a nice clean, crisp image of Letecia like today. So that's what she looks like. And so I've been telling people to go over there if you want a clearer picture of what she looks like. I've really got it trained on her, especially with the mental health professional on the stand. I thought that would be appropriate. So, and I know Jugman sent me a message and I thought I downloaded it and then was going to upload it here and I can't find it. So anyways, we'll get her off the screen. I'll find it, Jugman, the image. She had a message in the chat and much like Mo's, I missed it. And so I wanted to bring it back up again because I thought it was funny and very important. So hello all. There is a, yes, if you're not in it, by Franz or whoever. What's funny is that people have different names. So some people I know by different names, depending on if they're in YouTube chat or on Facebook after dark. So I get that confused. Speaking of, I have a wonderful video. So Junie B. Jones, we all know her as our resident expert in this case, researcher. She has all the answers. She saw the video clip of Letecia and she believes she does it better. She actually sent me a video. So I told her we would post it and watch it. And so this is Junie B. Jones with somebody else. And they think they can dance better than Letecia. So we'll let the chat decide.
Boob job. Oh, what's so bad?
Hey, y'all crazy bitch, but you're so good I'm on top of it when I dream. I'm doing you all night. Scratches all down my back to keep me right on. Hey, y'all crazy bitch, but you're so good I'm on top of it when I dream. I'm doing you all night. All down my back to keep me right on.
All right, so you guys be the judge. Who did it better? Okay. We also have, oh, hey, Jimmy.
What was that?
What are you judging? Did you watch?
Oh, I just caught the Tisha video again.
Okay, so we have Junie B. Jones sent me a video of her dancing. And we were judging her compared to crazy ass Letecia. And so here's Junie. Oh, I was muted. So Junie or Letecia? Oh, now you're muted.
Good Lord. I said, which one was Junie?
The one in the blue.
Oh,
I forgot I was muted when I played this thing. I feel like I hear a dog.
Yes.
Dork wears a backpack at a club. Was she wearing a backpack? Oh, I got to go back now.
She was.
Hey, y'all crazy bitch, but you're so good I'm on top of it when I dream. I'm doing you all night.
Yeah, she's got a backpack. Who wears a backpack to the club? Junie. I see a lot of votes for Junie. I kind of suppose the answer.
Junie.
Yeah. Monica, how are you? Put up a poll, Dave. Okay, yeah, I can do that. I'll put up a poll. And I will get to that because I got to open another screen. It won't let me do it from StreamYard. Of course, you know that'd be too easy. Wait, somebody voted Letecia over Junie? There we go. All right, we got one vote for Letecia. All right, so and I said we were going to do it because we don't have that many new listeners. If we get some more people that are new to this, I do want to pull up. I have her first interrogation video when it gets to the good part. So we might pull that up in a minute. And then there's something else I wanted to show, and I can't remember what it was. Anyways, I'm having fun with these. I get all kinds of stuff when. Oh, this is what. No. Oh, yeah. Okay. So someone put together a montage of Letecia and the judge scolding her. So I thought that would be fun, and I'd pull that up real quick.
Waving your hands around, trying to stretch your fingers out, and leaving one of them more prominent than the other. Those acts would be, in my opinion, disrespectful to the proceeding. It's disrespectful to the court and the legal process. I also view it as a form of witness intimidation and an attempt to influence presentation of evidence in this case. We have moved the tables around. You are now sitting in a chair that does not rock or swivel. You will be directly facing the bench, and you will be more in my line of sight. You've already heard one juror submitted a question regarding his observation of your conduct. If that conduct occurs again, it would be a violation of the decorum I expect in this case. I could simply have a bolt installed on the underside of the table and have your hands cuffed to that bolt. You wouldn't be able to use your hands. The jury wouldn't be able to see the handcuffs.
I feel like they should bolt her down to the floor, just like on all floors. Come on, people. You gotta wait. Letecia's dancing deserves a like. Yes, it does. It does deserve a like. All right, so that's what I had lined up. Yeah, I want her bolted too. The judge threatened it several times. He hasn't done it yet. And I was really thinking that was going to happen. At one point after this speech, when the jury arrived into the courtroom, she didn't stand up. So I thought maybe they had bolted her down to the chair. So, and now her hair is up. She's not able to hide in the corner like she was. Her hair is up, so she's not able to hide in her hair. And so she's just forced to sit there. Although someone had said that yesterday, maybe a bailiff came over and told her to sit up because she was kind of sleeping at the table. You second chaining her down. Yes, I do too. I'm waiting for court to come up. It's not quite time yet. I keep watching my monitors, but not up yet. So I am going to throw up her interrogation video for anybody who's new and hasn't seen this. So this is the first time she's brought into the police department. It's not really an interrogation. She's brought in for questioning. She's there voluntarily. However, after the end of 3 or 5 hours, I don't know, it's a ridiculous number of hours, she's told that she's not free to leave. And so she's sitting there and she says she's trying to get out of the room as much as she can, saying that she is has to go to the bathroom or wants to go to the hospital or wants to take a shower. She's come up with a bunch of different reasons. And they say, no, you go ahead, just sit tight. They took her phone from her. And this is what we get. That's her in the top right corner on the TV screen.
I just accidentally peed a little.
So there she goes. Apparently she peed a little. She's cleaning herself up.
I accidentally peed a little. No, you didn't.
But what was interesting about this, she goes on for a bit and argues with some people and wants to go and stuff. There's a lot of downtime. So I'll
Now my
talk during
pants are
it.
wet.
Now my pants are wet. Oh, God.
Ew.
Just gross. So she's in the interrogation with the FBI agent a month later. And she does the same thing. She pees herself again with the FBI agent. Right, exactly. Feral housewife. Accidentally? I don't think so.
Oh.
You just happen to do it twice? No, that was not accidental. She's so gross.
Yes.
When you gotta go, you gotta go. Yeah, right? I would too. I agree. I would have more respect for her insanity claim if she dropped her pants and shit on the floor. Yeah, no, I think I'm right there with you. Yeah, it was right at the end. It was right towards the end. Actually, Feral Housewife, I believe, caught it and then informed me and the rest of the chat of it. But yes, she did. And let me know if I'm wrong, Feral. Okay, I'm going to step it up a touch because she just kind of sits there and talks to herself for a second.
Sits in her
She's
pee.
doing her hair. She's also taken off her jacket and put it around her waist, because that dries your pants. Yeah, that and murder, of course. She's genius.
She's ridiculous.
No longer potty trained equals insane. All right, hang on. So this is how, by the way, before she was before the whole flipping off everybody and the judge moved her, that's how she was sitting, and she would always like turn and kind of cower against the wall. And that was how she was for like the first 2 weeks until everyone spotted her flipping off the witnesses. You think they let her pee at the FBI interview? Pee herself?
Maybe go to the bathroom. I don't know.
Yeah, we could have blurred that part though, just get the essence of it instead of actually seeing it.
Yeah. No one wants to see it, but yeah.
When is it? They sit there for a long time. It's interesting to watch people when they have nothing to do. She doesn't do handstands or cartwheels.
Mm-hmm.
Alluring.
There we go.
Okay. I mean, I haven't taken it, so it's like taking me off of it because I couldn't get to it yesterday. I do. I've had zero anxiety since I was 16.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So I
I think that was an accidentally getting it right lie. I've had anxiety since I was 16 because that's what the medical lady just testified to. Okay, so did she not pee herself in the FBI room? I thought she did. So she couldn't go to the bathroom unless they went to make sure that she didn't clean herself. Yes, that was this one. And then, yeah, and she would hide behind the computer monitor. Let's see. No, I'm sorry. I was trying to get to Feral Housewives. Okay. So you got to let me know. Did she actually go in the room or did they let her go? Because I thought she went in the room.
He started making accusations
With the FBI.
Well, I'm sure that wasn't his intention.
That never intention, but I didn't come on interview. Have I came at you been disrespectful to you?
No, and I hope that you don't feel like I've been disrespectful
No,
to you either.
that was very
That's
unprofessional.
disappointing.
What you did.
I don't think so. I told you we were going to call medical. That's
No, that's not what you said. That's not what you
Okay.
said. But,
No, that's correct. And it's on recording.
but that is not what you said. You started making up reasons why when I do have testing.
Okay. Well, I believe that you have something. So, like I said, if you would like medical attention, then we can get you medical attention. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. That's what he told me to getting. And he told me to sit back down and shut the
I'll
door.
sit here with her if you want to.
Thank you. Just leave the door open. That's all I'm asking. I want the door open.
Yeah, she's
So,
really whiny and she
we'll get-
can't handle a lot of things
Come
until
check you
court.
out.
And
Do you
we're
have
all
any
like,
kind
oh,
of-
you know, she seems to be doing
Other
pretty
than
good
the
in court.
Anxiety disorder.
But then when you watch
do
her,
you have
she's
any other
not.
medical
She's
conditions that we should be
hiding,
aware of?
acting weird. The
just
second day of
hungry,
trial, the
tired,
jury
and
passed a
tired.
note to the judge
Right.
saying, can
Feel
we
like there's a
consider all of
end
her
to that.
weird actions she's doing over there?
So, I mean, I gave you a
And,
bucket earlier. Is there something else that I can
yeah,
get for
so
you? Do
she
you
really
want a
can't handle
sandwich?
herself
Do
at
you
all.
want to have burrito? I have tamales. We have all kinds of stuff here. We can order something if there's something that you need to eat. You just got to tell me what it is.
Okay,
What do you
so
like?
now I'm
I
now
mean,
even more
obviously, I'm not
confused.
going to buy lobster.
Her FBI boyfriend
you know,
said that's what happened
but
when they went
what would
into
you
the
like to eat?
hallway.
First, I would like to.
Said that he was going to
you-
take her to the
you can
bathroom or that she
help
went
me
to
with
the
anxiety
bathroom.
medicine.
You need somebody to bring your anxiety medicine.
Like,
We have anxiety medicine here. So
yeah, I'm saying you said you could call medical professionals.
sure, I can call it.
Exactly.
an
Yes,
EMT,
this
like,
woman
they're
got
gonna
trophies for
call
doing the
EMT,
wrong things
but
so
they're
many
not gonna be
times in
able
her
to
life.
dispense medication to you. If you have a prescription, I mean, maybe your husband can bring it and we can get you your medication. You can self administer what you already have prescribed to you.
Sorry, it's filling up right here.
Huh?
My throat is flowing now. When all I asked was for the door to be opened.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's open.
I know, but he was very like rude about it. So could you please read? That's all.
She got hot pockets during
Maybe
this police
you
interview.
two Y'all's personalities don't click. You know, sometimes it happens.
But come on, I'm a human being. It's the door. Clearly, I'm not going anywhere. The door. Fine, open the door. That's all I ask.
Well, it's open now, so we
Yes,
can-
I appreciate you. Damn.
Oh, okay. I read you wrong. That's what it was then. All right. All right. I was excited for, two on purpose, accidents.
You know, if there's anybody at your house that can bring your medication.
Sorry. My medication is not at my house.
Hot
Probably
pockets.
Hurry up, Agnes.
because book bag. So yeah, it's probably in my book bag.
That's disappointing. I wish he would have just made her sit there. So
I
I
don't
could do that again.
remember because you guys took my phone.
If you want to tell
What
us
music? I'll
your
play some more of
passcode, we
it.
can get the number out of the phone if that's
You
what
guys
gonna do.
already had the passcode because I told you plainly earlier when you were here about something. I said the code for, I think it's the same password we use for everything. No.
I don't know what that.
I was
passcode is.
building up my
If
hopes
you
too.
want
I
me to
thought
get your
she had
friend's phone number
urinated twice.
out of your phone,
So
if
I
you
was
want to give me the
excited about
passcode,
that.
then I can.
But you said medical. By the time my friend would get here, medical people could.
But they're not going to be able to dispense medication.
You're crushed, David. You're
I
crushed.
know.
Like the
So
EMT's
I
not
feel
gonna be
like
able to
this is
dispense
like the
medication.
room they take families into
Yeah,
or like
just
children when they're
just totally
questioning
I
them
can't-
about
I can't
things.
do that.
This is not
No,
like
that's not
the
what I'm saying at all. I'm
interrogation
saying
room where
they're
they get
calling
you
for
to
medical
confess.
personnel,
But
it's going to be an
it still
EMT
could be.
telling you
I just don't think they're
symptoms
bringing
are
violent
anxiety
people in.
related, and I'm trying to offer a guy
You'd be
who
throwing the
wants me to
chairs.
get your prescribed medication for that issue.
Did you not see this morning, Amanda?
No.
We had some fun this morning. We saw Dancing Letecia at a nightclub.
Oh gosh, yeah, she missed that.
Where is it?
Do you have any like?
Dancing Letecia.
You know, some people, whenever they have anxiety attacks and stuff like that, they have like, little like,
Hey, y'all crazy bitch, but you're so good I'm on top of it when I dream. I'm doing you all night, scratches all down my back to keep me right on. Hey, y'all crazy bitch, but you're so good I'm on top of it when I dream. I'm doing you all night, scratches all down my back to keep me right on.
So that was Dancing Letecia.
I would
Because
fight.
those
for
who
us
missed
to
it.
kind of help calm their mind, calm their anxiety. Do you have anything like that? Maybe like a favorite vacation that you've been on?
Now we're just rewatching. Right now we're rewatching her first police interview where she had her accident and then had her panic attack. I'm just trying to get up to her panic attack while we're waiting for court to start. So now she's laying down because she's shortness of breath. And now all of a sudden she can't talk either.
There.
Here we are. That's all there. Thank you.
You sure?
Yeah.
I am paramedic fire department. What's going on?
I have a little bit of
Whitest
chest pain.
dance moves ever.
Just like
Oh,
Oh, you haven't seen me dance
Yeah,
yet.
I just try to get them open doors so I can breathe.
Especially
But
if you're yelling shots. Such a white
Well, the
I
original,
didn't
yeah.
have like I took a resident, so I don't know if they might be anxiety related, but I don't know.
Check it.
I thought the original was boring.
I
I had to
had
spice it up.
anxiety since I was like, I was 16.
You just picked the Lorazepam meeting?
So I'm kind of hinting at this in the
But I
chat
had
too,
taken it-
because
taken
people were
it, like, a
asking
few days
why
out.
he stuck with her for so long. And I think it had to do something with this. And there was some testimony with FBI about some threesomes, which I don't think necessarily happened, but there could be, something like that going on. That was kind of my thought. She had to have had to offer something.
Ugh, gross.
Junie, you just want me to show your video. Junie B had a competition with Letecia in the dance move. So we were voting on who danced better, Letecia or Junie B. And that was Junie B in the blue, by the way. Brandon said that in 90210. I never watched that show.
It's the best show ever.
You can lay back if you're more comfortable. Okay. We have chest pain right now?
Yep.
What does it feel like?
Right now it's going up more and more.
What does it feel like? Is it a stabbing pain? Is it a pressure?
No, it's like pressure.
Pressure. Okay.
Pressure. Is any of this consistent with
You
an
know,
anxiety
even
attack, by the way?
That's
People
not
that
like
have had it.
breath.
Well, I could breathe in here, and I kept asking them could they open the door so I could breathe.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I've never had one. At least no one's told me that I have.
My best friend had
activity of your heart there.
very crazy. You can't breathe. You can't-
Anxiety.
Any other ones? I mean, like dealing with that area or in general? In general?
Do you have any
The lady that's with her is
Like-
currently the actress
like-
playing on oh god, what's that show? Oh, the British show, the soccer show. Anyways, that's who she looks like. God, why can't I think of that? What's the name of the show? The American football player goes to England and coaches a soccer team. Somebody put it in there. I watch it like every week. Anyways, that's who she looks like to me.
Yeah, like asthma,
Asthma.
but not those other ones that you
Do you
say.
have any other diagnosed medical history from a doctor?
So diagnosed, no.
Okay. Do you take any medication every day other than the lorazepam we already talked about?
Not every day, no.
What other medicines do you take today?
I don't know what it's called.
What is it for?
Mhm.
Ted Lasso. Oh my god, I watched that freaking week and over. I couldn't think of it. Yes,
Oh, that's what that.
she looks like the blonde, the promotional girl, the one who does all the promotion for the sports clubs. And I don't know her name, but that's what she looks like to me. Ted Lasso. Yes, thank you. Oh my god, I was having an anxiety attack there.
I've never seen that. Show. Looks interesting though.
How old are you?
It's very good. All right, we got a few minutes left until trial starts up again. Remember, we are going to be finishing up
Oh,
direct,
yeah,
most
so
likely
you
with
press-
the state's mental health expert, at least the first one, which is basically she says she's not crazy. That's where we kind of left it off. Is that no, she's not crazy.
35.
Now, what's your date of birth? What day were you born? In what year?
Yeah, like- That's what real anxiety.
Good look at your heart, okay?
So is
Yeah.
this a panic attack?
Did I add anything wrong? I don't
Me-
understand.
I think she's
Asking what your
panicking
birthday
because
is.
she's in
Oh,
a
okay.
police
Putting
station and
35.
told she can't leave. But I don't think this is like a
In August.
panic attack or an anxiety
We're
attack or
gonna have to
anything.
put stickers right
No,
underneath
'cause
the
the biggest thing is
what year?
because you're trying to breathe.
Yeah.
Like, hey,
She's running her mouth like crazy.
ma'am, I didn't catch your name. Give me your name, please.
She's too calm for a panic attack. That was my thought, but again, I'm not an expert.
Yeah,
I'll keep it.
I'm not either.
Name
Just-
right now.
It's not even hysteria. Yeah, this is just
And when's
BS.
the last time you had problems with your anxiety?
I have it around like whenever I don't eat and
No, now she can't talk. She's slurring her
you know,
words.
like exercise, different
Right.
routines.
It's mad
Did
cow
you touch your
disease.
alcohol today?
Yeah.
What have you taken?
Oh,
Exactly.
That's
Not
awesome.
Oh, so like nothing?
I'm asking if you took drugs or alcohol.
Oh, yeah, like Tylenol.
all right, we're gonna be getting back to court in a minute. I'm gonna pull this down and throw up the court feed. Oh yeah, mad cow disease. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Okay.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's her. That's like it's a manipulation thing. It's like what children do when they don't get their way.
Yeah, lost me. She turned into a little something.
We're in front of the camera. Let's move us. But first,
More dancing Letecia.
1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Yeah, just briefly, I don't know if it's me having a senior moment or not, but did the court actually qualify Dr. Moore as an expert, or did you just jump right into the instruction? Because
No,
it's actually a good
I
question. Well,
thought
he
I said
moved
the
for it, but I
witness
don't know
will
if
be
the
so
judge
qualified,
responded.
And then I read the instruction.
okay, as long as we're all on the same
He
page.
did ask that the judge recognize her as.
I can have a court reporter check if you would like, but I'm pretty sure that that's what I did. And you had offered her as.
Or
an
did he
expert in
stop?
the
He
field
might
of
have
general
stopped
psychiatry
in the
and
middle of his
forensics.
motion and then
That's
asked
correct.
for
So
more
let's check the record.
of her experience. I can't remember.
Just diagnosed you early on. A little OCD maybe? Well, I accept that diagnosis. Please tell my wife.
Okay, I'm not sure what they're doing, but I'm going to step away real quick and I'll be right back. So, Jamie, it's all you.
Yeah, she's a piece of work, isn't she? I thought they did qualify her.
Came back on and said, got to hear his evidence or just.
Yeah, I thought they agreed to everything.
Said those words.
I apparently, based on the record, I did not. Now that she read that, I remember that there was an objection, and it had to do primarily not with her qualifications, but with the scope of her testimony regarding giving an opinion on
Everybody.
potentially an ultimate issue to be decided by the jury without going into the bench conference. And so I can just leave it as is. I can tell the jury that she is qualified as an expert in the fields of general psychiatry and general psychology and forensic psychology.
I would prefer that you did that just so the jury hears it, and perhaps you can just say or remind you've been qualified or
I'll
something.
just tell them that it was that we had the bench conference, and I should have said that, and I didn't, and we'll go from there.
Appreciate it, Judge. Thanks.
Okay.
I'll take
Go ahead and bring the jury
back. I take your diagnosis back.
So do you guys think that the Gannon's mom should testify? I'm curious what everybody thinks. Would you like to hear from her?
It's okay if Dr. Moore resumes the stand.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Dr. Moore, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. All rise for the jury, please.
I think it would be bad, but I kind of want to hear what she has to say about Tisha and like how she was.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will
Okay,
recall
Dennis.
20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get started this afternoon, I wanted to go back through something that I should have done this morning.
They're zooming
It
in.
was not clear from the record
So,
whether I did. We
It's a
checked the
court
record,
cam that's
and
normally supposed to be like
what
this
happened
far.
was that the prosecution
they're
offered
zooming in,
Dr.
so that's
Moore
what's going on.
as an expert in the field of general psychology and forensic psychology. And then we had a discussion here at the bench, and I read you an instruction. I did not specifically state that she is qualified to render opinions in those expert fields. She is qualified to render those opinions in those expert fields. I should have said that explicitly before I gave the instruction. My error and my
Is she
oversight.
laughing?
So with that, prosecution.
Thanks, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Dr. Moore. Before the lunch recess, we were talking about your meeting with Ms. Stauch on March 5th, 2020. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I want to go back to that meeting. Do you remember about how long you met with her that day?
I do not recall exactly the time.
Was it an hour, 2 hours? I don't know.
Most likely it would have been about 30 or 45 minutes.
Okay. During this conversation, did you talk to her about any concerns that she might have with her ability to cope with being incarcerated at the jail?
Yes.
How did she respond to that?
I believe that she was a bit tearful, but generally okay.
And we talked a little bit about her demeanor this morning, but during your
No,
entire time
because
with her
they
on March
ultimately
5th,
qualified
did her
her.
demeanor seem to stay the same?
Yes.
Did she mention to you whether or not
They could do
she did this
retroactive
crime when you
qualifications.
asked her that?
I'm going to refer to my notes very quickly, but from what I remember, she said, first, I did not do this.
Okay. And did she elaborate on that?
I believe she did. Let me just double check.
I do have my other channel. It doesn't matter if you
She
subscribe. I put
said-
it up there.
I feel like an animal in a cage and I am innocent.
Okay.
And she also said, I don't belong in a place like this.
I feel like she does.
Did she go on to tell you about her anxiety and her symptoms due to her anxiety?
Yeah, she described having some bad chest pains and inability to breathe and panic attacks. She reported panicking and thinking about people dying and other random thoughts.
Thank you for joining us, Brian.
Did she talk to you about whether or not she was able to manage her anxiety in her everyday life?
She did.
What did she say?
She reported that she typically stays busy and works out and eats healthy food, more fruit as opposed to carbohydrates, just to stay healthy and manage her anxiety that way.
So technically, any witness can review their notes so long as their notes are used only to refresh their memory and they're not actually testifying directly from them. However, with an expert, it's a little different. They can actually testify to them, and if they made a report, that report could actually be evidence and they could just read it, period. So it's a little different, but every expert can review their notes. What are we laughing at?
Because everybody's just like, she works out. Ooh, like,
Did you ask her about her educational background?
Yes.
What did she say about her education?
Like she was on the Peloton,
She
right?
had a master's degree in education with a specialty in special education and had a PhD in education from Liberty University.
And did the conversation you were having with her on March 5th, did that give you an indication that she was educated and she was able to respond to your questions appropriately and have a normal conversation?
Yes.
Did you ask her any questions about her family and social support?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She talked about her daughter and her aunt as her primary social supports.
Payday
She
is the
did
best.
note that she had not talked to her husband in a bit of time as well.
Did she tell you why she hadn't talked to her husband?
She said that he believed that she was guilty.
And did that create anxiety for her, or did she tell you?
no.
I don't believe she told me that, and I don't know that it did.
Okay. And did she tell you how long she was married?
6 years.
Did she tell you how her
She did.
marriage was going prior to her incarceration?
Was I talking?
No, your little banner that says the witness.
I
Oh,
believe that when she was talking to me, she said that
thank you.
she
Look, it's spelled right and everything.
they were having some issues. I believe she didn't want to just kind of be a stay-at-home mom and stepmom. I think she wanted to more so use her education and reported some emotional
Mine was
abuse
used for
in
a
that relationship.
drying rack as well, many years.
Did she talk to you about an incident that occurred as she's being transported to Colorado Springs from South Carolina?
Yes.
What did she tell you about?
She reported
Yeah.
that while she was on her way here, she was sleep deprived due to being in the car for about 19 hours. And she said, I didn't know I was sleepwalking and hadn't been eating. I thought someone was coming for me, so I threw them on. So I took the monster can and threw it.
And did you have any independent information with regards to that incident?
Just for background information, when she was being extradited from South Carolina to Colorado, she attacked the officer in the back seat after she worked her way out of the handcuffs with a full monster can and then tried to escape. At no point did she say
Yes.
anything to indicate she didn't know what she was doing. She said she kept like looking at me or trying something. I don't know. It was weird.
What independent information did you have?
During her transport, the information that was shared with me was that she was trying to harm herself with her handcuffs.
Okay. And who shared that information with you?
One of our inmate classification specialists, Deanna Bowman.
And is that because you're trying to figure out if she might be a harm to herself or others? Are you getting information from as much people as you can?
Yes.
Did you talk to her about any history of victimization?
Yes.
How did she respond to that?
She had reported some physical and emotional abuse within dating relationships. Again, the emotional abuse within her marriage.
Did she tell you whether or not she was ever told if she was a good stepmom or not?
She reported that she was told that she was never a good stepmom.
And did she tell you who told her that?
Her husband.
Well, I mean, if you look at the facts,
What else did she tell you about her home life with regards to being a victimized or being a victim?
She was told to just provide love and attention to the children because her husband made a lot of money. And again, she said she did not want to just throw away her doctorate.
Okay. And do you have your notes up there in front of you?
She doesn't have a
Obviously, this has
doctorate.
been over 3 years ago. Is that helping you refresh exactly what she told you and what
Does
you
she
put
not
in
know
your
there's a
notes
way to track
shortly
this?
after this conversation?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask her about her strengths or perhaps her weaknesses?
Yes.
And what did she say about her strengths?
She reported being smart, helping others, and being good at sports.
Did she talk about any concussions that she may have had?
Yes.
What did she say about the concussions?
She received a couple concussions while playing softball.
Did she say whether or not these were serious concussions or minor concussions?
They were minor. Typically, if there's a concussion, we'll ask if there's any sort of history of traumatic brain injury, and none was reported. I asked her if there was any change in behavior or functioning afterward, and she said no.
What are some of the things you might see if someone you're evaluating may have a brain injury?
They could recall forgetting certain words. They might have some lapses in memory, have difficulty completing everyday tasks. So they might not be able to just function as easily. It might take more effort.
Would that be something that would be apparent to you as an expert in psychology? If someone did have a brain injury, for instance, myself, if we're talking, would you notice some kind of signs, perhaps slowness in speech, that kind of thing?
Typically a slurred or slowness in speech, typically getting mad at yourself when you can't recall information that you want to. It's kind of that tip of the tongue phenomenon where the words are right there, but you can't get it out. Those are some things that you would see.
And did you examine her head or look for any injuries to her head?
Typically when I'm meeting with somebody, I'll look over their entire body, but there was no observable injuries that I noted.
Okay. Did you ask her about any attempts to harm herself in the past?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
I cannot recall off the top of my head. I believe that she initially denied that in this encounter.
Do you remember telling you something about trying to harm herself with handcuffs as she's being transported?
I don't believe she would have been the one that said that. I think that was reported that she was trying to do that, but she did not report that to me.
Okay. And that's my fault. It says per inmate classification.
Yes.
So you're getting that from another deputy.
Yes.
All right. I apologize for that. Did you observe her wrist and see any injuries to her wrist?
I do not recall.
If your notes say that there were no observable markings, would that be accurate?
Yes.
With regards on March 5th, 2020, I don't have page numbers for your notes, so I apologize, but it says 250.
I'm sorry, hang on real quick. Purchased? They were purchased from Liberty University in Virginia. Did she actually earn them, or did she purchase a fake one? Need more detail.
51 p.m.
Probably the second
It's
one.
2:51 p.m. It says patient answered and had linear train of thought. What do you mean when you say that?
A linear train of thought is when somebody's speaking and there's not any gaps in their speech. It was just very kind of straight along a consistent path. So there wasn't any oddities that I noted in her speech or thought.
Okay. And in that same note, you indicate she did not appear to be responding to internal stimuli. No auditory or visual hallucinations were observed.
Correct.
Do you recall making that note?
Yes.
And why do you make that note on March 5th, 2020?
Again, when looking at an overall clinical evaluation, you are going to assess for everything: anxiety, depression, psychotic thought processes. So typically the most common observable signs in a psychotic disorder would be responding to internal stimuli. So there might be a voice in someone's head talking. They might be, again, looking around the room, talking to somebody who is not in the same room. And so I will note that if I do not observe any of those concerns.
Do you also ask her questions like, does she understand what she's being charged with, where she's at, that type of thing?
Yes, so we'll go over, we call it orientation, or a brief mental status exam. And so we'll look at somebody's orientation to person, meaning themselves, place, so where they're currently at, time, if they, in general, they know the current date, month, year. So we will assess for all of that orientation, and then again, kind of why somebody was here. So I would always ask somebody, do you know why you're in the jail? And they would respond.
And how did she respond to those questions?
She was oriented to person, place, time, and situation, and there was no concerns noted with her mental status at that time.
Did you note that she was aware of her charges, where she was and who she was? She was oriented to time.
Yes.
And again, why do you make that note in this particular record?
It is.
Fake diplomas, fake polygraphs, fake vacations, fake absolutely everything about this woman. Fake alibi.
In general, it's just to ensure that somebody is oriented, because if somebody's not, that could be due to a variety of psychiatric illnesses. So we note that to, again, just state somebody's doing fine. There's no concerns noted at that time.
Now, after your March 5th, 2020 interview evaluation with the defendant, what was the game plan? What were you going to do next with her? Did you set up other times to meet with her, or just explain that to the jury?
So typically, as I had mentioned earlier, we had placed her on suicide watch just due to the nature of her crime being a first incarceration. So when somebody's on suicide watch, we see them every day until they come off of suicide watch, and we place them on what's called transition status. So that means that they still have some limited property. There's specialized housing for that. And then we'll do a 24-hour follow-up after somebody comes off suicide watch, a 5-day and a 7-day follow-up. So about kind of a 2-week time frame we'll follow up. So that was the initial plan, to maintain her on suicide watch at that moment, as well as refer her to the psychiatrist for medications. As she had mentioned, she had been taking medication prior to coming to the jail. And then I also placed her on special needs monitoring. And what that is a recurring 30-day follow-up with somebody while they're in custody. And again, I did that just due to the high profile nature. I wanted to make sure that we were providing her adequate follow-up on a relatively frequent basis.
And do you know whether or not the jail would monitor her, especially in the beginning, March 5th, 2020, every few minutes to make sure she's doing okay?
They do. When people are in restrictive housing or in the medical ward, and initially she was placed in the medical ward due to the high profile status, some concerns for her safety. So anybody in restrictive housing is assessed by the deputies on the ward every 15 minutes.
And so if something unusual happened during this 15-minute watch period, would you learn about it and do some follow-up with it?
Yes.
Did anything unusual happen in the beginning of Ms. Stauch's incarceration at the jail?
Not specifically
Perfect use of
that
yada yada.
day, but there was within the month of March, there was a couple times that I had been asked to do some follow-up meetings with her.
And we'll get to those once we get to your notes. I do kind of want to jump ahead a little bit. At some point, did you learn that Ms. Stauch was raising competency issues in court?
Yes, I believe that was around the beginning of June.
June 5th, 2020? Sometime after that period, did Ms. Stauch raise a concern that she might have
She raised the insanity earlier than I thought.
Yes.
I know that's not the term that we use in the DSM-5, but on your March 5th, 2020 evaluation, did you see any signs of dissociative identity disorder with Ms. Stauch?
No.
And what might you expect to see if she did have that disorder on March 5th, 2020?
I would expect to see somebody that was losing gaps of time. Somebody who would be reporting some concerns like, you know, I don't remember certain historical information, so significant life events like a marriage or a death. Somebody would also be losing gaps of everyday events. So somebody with that disorder might go, let's say, shopping, and they would come back, and if they came back to their main personality at that time or personality state, they would have no idea why they bought things. They typically forget things like how to do their job, use a computer, how to drive. So I would expect somebody in a jail setting to be reporting loss of time and not being able to recall what occurred during those periods of time.
And did you see anything of that, like that, or of that nature on March 5th, 2020?
No.
Did she ever change her voice patterns?
No.
Ever talk in a Hispanic voice?
No.
Ever change her name?
No.
Did you see any signs whatsoever that she wasn't the same person you were talking to at any point
Little
during
Lucia?
that interview?
No.
At any point with your contact with her, did you see any of that?
No.
We're going to come back and talk about that as we progress through your contacts with her, okay?
Yes.
I next want to jump to
be fair, the evidence is pretty fucking crazy.
March 9th, 2020. Did you have some contact with Ms. Stauch then?
Yes.
And I wish there was a way to tell you what page number we're on, but there just isn't. This is March 9th at 2:16 p.m. Do you remember talking to her about her mental condition on that day?
I do. Just give me a moment to get there.
Any music?
Okay, I'm there.
Oh,
And so
I need a.
what did she have to
Hard,
say
right.
about how she was doing mentally on March 9th, 2020?
She was a bit irritable due to still remaining on suicide precautions.
Did she, I get, during your entire contacts with
Well,
Ms.
then we're all
Stauch,
crazy, I
did
suppose.
she tend to ramble a little bit and talk?
Yes, sometimes she would just say things that I didn't ask about, and again, in a jail setting, it's as a therapist or psychologist, want to provide a lot of care, but also want to limit what is asked about based on not trying to become involved in her charges. So sometimes we'll ask about things, but again, trying to limit what is specifically asked. But there were times that she would kind of blurt out information that was more case related.
And did she do that on March 9th, 2020?
Shocker.
It might be easier if I just show you the
Yes.
note I'm looking at, if I can approach.
It's fine. Yes.
Okay. So,
Can I, since there's no
Yeah,
page
absolutely,
numbers,
yeah.
can I look so I know what you're reading from?
God. Well,
Well,
perk up.
Number 16.
So this is, someone was asking earlier in the chat whether or not they could read notes. Yeah, this is a perfect example of it. The other side has to have it.
so on March 9th,
and not a problem.
what did she tell you about whether
It
or
would
not
be
she had
amazing if
control
she
of her
took the
brain.
stand.
Do you see that in your notes anywhere?
Yes, she said, I have control of my brain, and she wanted to be an advocate for herself.
And where did that come from? Did you ask that question, or is she just volunteering that to you?
Just volunteered it.
And you
She's
see in your notes a
anticipating
little
what
lower
everyone
there
is
where it
going to ask.
says, she said, mentally, I'm fine.
Yes, she said, mentally, I'm fine. I'm not guilty. The truth will come out.
And so where did that come from? Were you asking about the case, or is she just volunteering information?
Just volunteering information.
Did you actually tell her about her charges and whether or not she should talk about them?
I did encourage her not to talk about her charges with anybody at the jail, whether that be deputies, other inmates, mental health staff, and instead that she should just
It's
be
not up
talking
to her attorneys. It's up to
attorneys
her.
about her charges.
And remember, she wanted to
And
represent
Just
herself.
for the jury's benefit, normally these notes would never become part
That
of
would
the
have been
case
great.
unless
It's a very
someone
real
else
possibility that
becomes
she
issue in
takes the
case
stand.
and feeling an insanity plea or something like that. Is that your understanding?
Yes,
Let's
So
just hope.
normally your notes would not come to the prosecution. You would not be testifying in a murder trial unless there's some relevancy to it. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And you probably never testified in front of a jury before, right?
a couple times, but
Okay.
not very often.
These guys are nice guys. Look at them. What a good group that is over there, isn't it? All right. So what did you do when she told you all this?
That
Did
is a
anything
major
change
no-no.
with
She's
her
very-
situation or how often you would meet with her?
I discontinued what we call a red sheet and began a yellow sheet. So a red sheet is, they're both forms of suicide watch, but a red sheet, they just have limited property. So not even a book or a cup in their cell. They'll be able to be given water, but they can't use those things because they could hurt themselves or cover up windows with them. So a yellow sheet, they just get a little bit more freedom. So book, cup, potentially a pencil, things like that they can have.
And I guess, I think I understand what you're saying. If he's progressing, if there's such a term as normally through the jail setting,
Yes,
now that she's been there a few days. And
yes,
so you're lowering the level of suicide watch, for lack of a better term?
yes.
Okay. And is that based on what she's telling you?
Partially that, as well as not evidencing any self-harm or suicidal ideation. So she's not saying, I want to hurt myself or kill myself. She's not reporting hopelessness. So generally just seems to be a bit safe.
So up until now, is she progressing just like, again, I don't know if normal is the right word to use, but a normal person who's been charged with first degree murder, you get booked into the jail, the suicide watch is going to be high until there's a reason to lower it. Is that fair?
Yes,
Is that what's going on with Ms. Stauch at this time?
yes.
Okay. I'm going to jump to March 12th now. And let me just ask you if you remember her telling you anything about having a photographic memory.
She did.
What was that all about? Do you remember?
Again, just something that she reported without asking about it. She said she has a photographical memory and is acutely aware of all of the things that she sees and hears.
Is that consistent so far of what she's been talking to you about up until this date?
Yes.
March 13th, you had another visit with her. Do you recall that one?
Yes.
And do you recall having a note about thought content with regards to Ms. Stauch on that date? You see that one?
Thought content was appropriate, no significant mental health symptoms noted. She did not appear anxious at this time. She denied suicidal and homicidal ideation, and no psychotic functioning was noted.
So up until this point, we have no psychotic or psychosis visible to you. Really no mental illness other than her general anxiety that she's talked to you about?
Correct.
And certainly no disassociated identity disorder up to this point?
Interject to leading.
Sustained. You can rephrase.
Did you see any signs of mental illness up until this point?
No.
If you would you have noted that?
That's like
Yes.
the fourth
Would you
objection
begin
in this
treatment for
entire
that
trial.
mental illness?
Yes.
55 witnesses, 4 objections.
So March 15th, you have another visit with her. Actually, that's Nicole Reed. Do you know who Nicole Reed is?
She was one of our nurses. She did history and physical assessments. So typically about 2 weeks after people are booked into the jail, they will have another medical assessment just to make sure still everything's okay. There's no other medical or mental health concerns noted.
And so would you rely on her notes that she puts into the system in your evaluation of Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
What does she say happens on March 15th regarding a chronic mental health problem with Ms. Stauch?
I will have to refresh my memory on that.
And I can, if you don't have those notes, I can approach with them. It's March 15th at 8:52 a.m.
Sure. She said regarding a chronic mental health problem, patient has a history of mental health concerns. However, when asking patient today, she denies any mental health issues or concerns at this time.
And is that consistent with what you have seen up until this point?
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say the cross-examination on this witness should be extensive because this is their whole defense. And if it's not, then we're, maybe ineffective assistance of counsel kind of territory.
Now I want to jump to March 16th.
Not yet.
Where you actually meet with Ms. Stauch.
Going
again.
through
Do you
the
remember that?
observations
Yes.
at this point.
Tell us about what you found with regards to what her mental condition was on that day.
I noted that everything was appropriate. So her mood was appropriate. Her thought was coherent. She had no suicidal, homicidal ideations, no auditory or visual hallucinations. She was oriented to person, place, time, and situation, had an intact memory, fair judgment, good insight.
Any evidence of mental illness up until this point?
No.
Let's jump to March 20th of 2020. Do you recall seeing her on that day?
They're
Yes.
basically establishing she doesn't
And
have
I
any.
see a note on that day at 6:27 p.m. It says reason for referral, subject findings. You see that?
Yes.
Tell us about that. Why did you put that note in there, and what is that note about?
So the deputies had asked me to follow up with her because that was the day that we were informed that Gannon's body was found in Florida. And so they wanted me to check in with her because that is a significant event in anybody's life. And so they wanted me to check in and follow up with her.
Were you, as far as you know, the first person to tell her that Gannon's body was discovered?
I believe so.
And how did she respond when you told her?
She was a bit tearful, a little bit overwhelmed at that time.
What did she say?
She had noted that she did not have anyone to talk to in the jail. She had wanted to call her mother, she was talking also about losing some time out of her cell previously that week. So she essentially was asking to call her mom.
Okay. Did you tell her that you were there for her if she wanted to talk and provide mental health counseling?
Yes. So
Go ahead.
again, in this situation, given the charges that she was booked into the jail for, I didn't want to talk to her about the charges, but her being a stepmother and losing a child, I wanted to assess her for grief and see if she was okay in that situation. So I did try to explain to her, I don't want to talk about the charges related to that. Just make sure you're okay, as a grieving stepmom.
Did you tell her where Gannon's body was found?
No.
If you can refer to your note, did she tell you where Gannon's body was found?
She said that she was never in Florida and said that that's where his body was found.
So I'm sorry, but just so I'm clear, did you tell her that Gannon's body was found? Did she respond, Gannon's body was found in Florida? Or how
Yes.
did that go?
So I would have gone up to her and just let her know that his body, that obviously that he had passed, because previous to that he was alleged to be missing. So now that he was confirmed to have not been alive, I don't believe that I said that he was in Florida.
And did she tell you whether or not she had even ever been to Florida?
Yes, she said that she was never in Florida.
Did her demeanor change during this conversation?
She was speaking a bit softer than my prior contacts with her.
So she anticipated a connection and said, I've never been to Florida, even though there's no logical way for anyone to have asked her if she was in Florida.
Your volume's really low.
Oh my God. Okay. So I just wondering what I missed. Did she say that she was in Florida when in reality there was no reason for anyone to even wonder if she was? Is
I
that
was
what
just
happened?
gonna ask that because what I heard her say is that she told her that Gannon was found, but she said I was never in Florida, and I think he insinuated that they never mentioned he was found in Florida. That she just offered up that information.
I'm going to back it up a few seconds if
Yeah.
nobody minds. I had a stupid phone call.
The charges related to that, just make sure you're okay, as a grieving stepmom.
Did you tell her where Gannon's body was found?
No.
If you can refer to your note, did she tell you where Gannon's body was found?
She said that she was never in Florida and said that that's where his body was found.
So I'm sorry, but just so I'm clear, did you tell her that Gannon's body was found? Did she respond, Gannon's body was found in Florida? Or how
Yes.
did that go?
So I would have gone up to her and just let her know that his body, that obviously that he had passed, because previous to that he was alleged to be missing. So now that he was confirmed to have not been alive,
She was arrested in South Carolina.
I don't believe that I said that he was in Florida.
And did she tell you whether or not she had even ever been to Florida?
Yes, she said that she was never in Florida.
So is that that's what I'm getting at, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like, this is the police. We want to just talk to you for a few things. You're like, I've never seen that woman. And they're like, well, what woman are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's bad.
Okay.
That's bad. It's kind of implicating yourself. That's what I thought I missed. Interesting.
Demeanor change during this conversation?
She was speaking a bit softer than.
I will say this. Let me comment on Bye Friends. We're assuming what this woman is testifying to is exactly what happened. There's no recording of this. And I don't put it past people to maybe not lie on the reports, but forget that she said the word Florida, that Gannon was found in Florida, and then she forgot she said in Florida and didn't put that in her notes. It's very possible that she did it unintentionally.
My prior contacts with her.
Would this be evidence of a mental illness, or would this be evidence of a normal reaction of all what you just told me?
It would be more evident of a normal but kind of limited reaction to hearing that information.
Okay. Did you have further conversations with her about her emotional status after you told her about Gannon's death?
I believe that I reviewed kind of some of the generic stages of grief and loss, what emotions might come up from being informed of the loss of a child, and that she could reach out if she had any further concerns about it.
What were you gonna say, Jamie?
His comment. I was thinking the same thing because she kind of goes, well, I don't remember saying Florida. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, and it's like, well, did you though? I mean,
Yeah.
so I mean, this defendant is not the smartest, but she's
No.
not that dumb either. So I don't know.
We'll see.
And again, up until this point, any evidence whatsoever that she had dissociative identity disorder?
No.
I want to jump ahead to April 20th. Did you meet with her on April 20th?
Yes.
That's awesome.
And tell us about that. Was this, how often are you meeting her at this point and why?
So at this point in time, and I apologize, I forgot to mention earlier, also when people are in restrictive housing or segregated housing, we do weekly follow-ups as well. So every week that they're in restrictive housing, we do a weekly follow-up. So that was the intent of this contact.
Okay. Tell us about that contact. Do you have that there?
Yes.
Okay, so it's really easy. So Florida is the dingle, and South Carolina is like the belly button of the U.S. Just so you know. Responding to broken papers.
Looks like she, again, had a normal reported mental status. Everything was reality-based. She was engaging and cooperative. I did have to speak with her through the door because there was only one deputy on the ward at that time. She reported having some body jerks and that she had been hitting her foot at night and elbow on the wall. She had reported some nightmares, reported having some bruising on her ankles, and then unpromptedly talked about the transport back to Colorado again.
And is this the one you talked about earlier?
Yes.
What did she say this time happened on her way back from South Carolina to Colorado Springs?
She attributed to her behavior to a lack of sleep. She also she said that being in the medical ward was not healthy for her due to poor sleep. She then said she talked about the female deputy was holding her gun in the wrong place. She told the deputy that a few times, and she threw the monster can at her as she believed she was being attacked.
Did she say why she brings this up to you, or what prompted this discussion?
I believe it was prompted due to her initially saying that the transport-related behavior was due to poor sleep, and we were talking about sleep at that time.
Did that incident?
I don't remember if they talked
impact
about
her
medication that she was
status
on
in
at the
jail?
time.
In other words, her security status based on what happened on the transport back from South Carolina?
Yes.
Did she seem to want to, well, was she trying to lessen that restrictive status based on that?
Yes. Again, being in the medical ward is not, it can get a bit loud there. So most people don't want to stay down there, and the lights do have to stay on all night. And so it is consistent with somebody having some poor sleep, because our circadian rhythms or sleep-wake cycles, we tend to prefer to sleep when it's dark and stay awake when it's light. So she wanted to be moved out of the medical ward. And she had also mentioned that she felt she was continuing to be kept in the medical ward because that we'll think that she's crazy and make her take medication.
Was she taking any medication other than what she had for the general anxiety?
No.
Did she ask you to do something about getting her out of the medical ward?
I believe so. I think she had wanted me to talk to the deputies about it.
Do you have any control over that?
I don't. In the jail, we do weekly meetings to assess everybody in restrictive housing. So, and again, anybody who might be more high profile. So we do talk about those individuals every week. But due to the safety and potential concerns for escape and her safety and things like that, it was determined for her to remain in restrictive housing and in the medical ward. Again, safety and security will trump most things in the jail setting. So although I might make an opinion, I'm not ultimately the one that gets to make that final say.
Did this continue on up until the point she was transferred out of the medical ward?
Yes.
Was it pretty consistent on April 28th? Did she bring it up again and complain about the light being on, that type of thing?
Yes.
I want to jump ahead to May 12th now. And this is a note that you have with regards to May 12th at 5:46 p.m. It's just below the one that says report evidence of suicidal thoughts where you say no.
Yes.
Was there a point in time where she said, I can't talk to you anymore?
Yes.
What was that about?
I believe that her attorneys had recommended that she not speak to the mental health staff in the jail. She specifically said to me, I still can't talk to you because you can be subpoenaed.
And what happened to your treatment of the defendant after she said she didn't want to talk to you?
Typically, we're going to respect their wishes. We're going to always offer. So anytime we have a scheduled contact, we will still offer to talk to her. And if she wants to decline, or any patient or inmate in the jail wants to decline, they absolutely have that right, and we'll respect that.
And did she tell you who was telling her not to talk to you?
I don't know that she said it specifically, but it was my understanding that it was due to her contacts with her attorney.
Okay.
I'm confused. Is MapQuest still a thing? Does it exist?
Yes.
Does it? Okay. I know Apple Maps and Google Maps.
I use it at work sometimes. And I was like,
I go to Ask Jeeves too.
Now I want to jump forward to June 5th of 2020. Earlier, we talked about whether or not at some point she was raising her competency report. Is that when this occurs on June 5th, 2020?
Yes.
And did you have contact with her on June 5th, 2020?
Yes.
What was the reason for that contact? And tell the jury
I'm
about
searching for Ask Jeeves.
So that contact was the mental health special needs progress notes. So as I had told you, we have them scheduled every 30 days for that routine follow-up. So that was the reason that I had went to talk to her that day. I talked to her for about 30 minutes.
It still exists.
That day, she said that she had been unintentionally hitting her head, but denied any suicidal ideation at that time. She said she tried to walk through the door because she thought she was at home. She reported seeing pictures of her daughter and thinking about and missing her dogs. She said that her contact with Harley had decreased a little bit, and she was upset about not being able to be there for her daughter. She said that being in the jail and experiencing loss was just exacerbating her traumatic stress.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. Does she go into details about this traumatic stress that she's talking about?
Yes.
What does she say?
She reported being molested at age 14, the loss of her husband, the loss of her son, loss of her licensure, loss of freedom, and loss of another family member.
Now, is this the first time during your entire contact with her at the jail that she brings up about being molested?
Yes.
I don't think that question was asked of Harley when she was on the stand.
How did that come about? When she talks about traumatic stress, is this a question that you're asking her, or is this something that she, again, is just rambling about and telling you things?
That's what she had reported to me. Yes.
So that wasn't in response to any questions from you. That was just something she felt you needed to know?
Yes. I typically, when I go up to talk to somebody, I say, hi, Mr. or Miss So-and-so, how are you today? And then sometimes they just report a lot. And then I'll go into the other questions related to my notes after that.
And so at this point, June 5th, 2020, was she still in the medical ward?
I believe so.
If your notes indicate that she requested to go back to the medical ward.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Would that refresh your recollection as to where she's at now?
She would have been in Alpha 2, which is our female restrictive housing ward.
Okay. Is that like a general population or what is that?
No, it's segregated housing. So typically, we'll have people that have severe and persistent mental illness that are that are self-harming in that ward, people that are trying to hurt other people in that ward, and then other people who are in there for disciplinary segregation reasons. So they're individuals who really can't come out with other people, and they typically come out individually 1 hour at a time.
And so back in the earlier dates, April, May, she wanted to get out of the medical ward.
Yes.
She's out now. And then on June 5th, the same day she raises competency, she wants to go back to the medical ward.
Yes.
And what happened as a result of her request?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I don't know if we moved her back or not.
Do you remember her talking to you about her going to the state hospital or Colorado Mental Health Institute of Pueblo for the competency evaluation?
Not, well, during this contact, we talked about her going for a competency evaluation, but she had not yet gone, to my knowledge.
Did she have any anxiety with regards to going to the Colorado Mental Health Institute?
I think she had general anxieties.
We got
I don't
our
know if it
hands
was
on communications between this defendant and Daryl Brooks. We would dramatically reenact them. Jamie could play Letecia's part.
Oh, God,
part.
yeah.
That would be awesome.
specific about going
Find these
there for
documents.
the evaluation, but she
I'd even be open to a little fan fiction.
wasn't. I know she did say she was asking if she should start taking medications now or wait till she goes to the state hospital to get prescribed medication there.
Do you recall ever, or do you recall her talking to you?
Oh, that's right. We have multiple personalities. So yeah, Mo, you could be a little Letecia or Lucia.
She had reported that
Jenny B. Jones is going to be Angel.
it was,
Do like
I believe
assume
she had said
after-
something to the effect of it being kind of too hard to handle all the stressors at one time.
And did she get into the events surrounding Gannon's death during this June 5th, 2020 meeting?
Presumably, yes.
Did she talk
They
about
have
a
the right
hiking trip?
contact information.
Yes.
What'd she say about a hiking trip?
She said she always used to take a handgun with her hiking, but did not that day. She said, I can't cope with it. It's one trauma situation too many, and it was the wrong place at the wrong time. She said she replays that week of her life over and over. She also noted she replays why she did not ask for more help or provide more information to the police. And she's now trying to begin really processing it, meaning the law, meaning Gannon.
Okay.
She said, I need to be able to talk to someone more than a social worker. She said, I was creating stories that aren't true and don't remember conversations. She then said, I need more help. She also said, I can't leave January. And then she brought up Andrew Womack and his son dying in Colorado and coming back to life 8 hours later. She said,
No, what this doctor testified to is that pursuant to her attorney's recommendation, the doctor wasn't allowed to talk to certain people, not the
regarding Gannon,
or
I know that's not physically possible, but I want to fix things. I pray his same prayers and wrote him a letter. Then she said she regretted taking the back road off 25. That's Highway 25. She then said, I can't relive every situation, every day, and every hour.
Okay. Now, how did this come about? I mean, what did you say to spark her to talk about instead?
We probably were talking just about the stress because, again, when I talk to somebody and ask them how they're doing, they just kind of report this. And earlier in her verbalization, she was talking about traumatic stress. So I don't typically ask questions that would have prompted that answer. So that would have just been her volunteering that information.
Now, is this the first time in your contacts with her that she brings up things like traumatic stress and, I guess, stressors in her life?
Yes.
Anything about that conversation lead to you believe that she had a serious mental illness based on what she's telling you on June 5th?
No, instead I noted that she had reported trying to keep kind of a poker face. She was trying to deal with her problems, but also help some of the other females out. So she was giving them scriptures.
She's a helper.
I do believe at that time she was had either scriptures or a Bible or something that she was using to help cope with her stressors while in the jail as well.
And did she eventually get transported to the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo for that competency evaluation?
I believe that was sometime in July, early August, she came back to
So Mike, in
the
response
jail.
to your chat,
What'd you say?
oh, in response to Mike's chat, I'm pulling up Jungmin's chat,
okay.
and then also
Now, did you meet with her again on July
Give
14th,
some context.
2020?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I believe so. I just want to get there. Yep. Yes.
Do you recall her talking to you about her diet needs and whether or not the jail was providing appropriate diet for her?
Yes. Prior to this interaction, she had reported, I think pretty soon after she came into the jail, she had been reporting losing weight, had reported some things like having a celiac diet, which I believe in the notes, we did some testing and she did not have a confirmatory lab results that supported that. But I do believe that we were trying to accommodate some diet preferences that she had. She reported specifically on July 14th that she was going to be, so she said, I'm going to be so rich after this. And she had referred to a civil suit for not having her medical needs taken care of.
So
Now,
she's say she has
is the jail
celiac
food
disease.
not too good?
sorry, say that again.
I said, was she trying to say she has celiac disease too?
I don't
This
know.
woman, I swear.
She has
Sorry.
everything. Absolutely everything. And the mafia is after her. The GameStop mafia is trying to take her out in prison.
Petco cartel, you better put that in your book, Mo.
Good there.
I don't believe it is. I have not eaten it myself, but
Just things like that.
yeah.
Is that common for inmates to want to get on a different diet, such as a kosher diet, things like that?
All the time.
Is that what's going on here? She's demanding better food, basically?
Objection, speculation.
Just to clarify this, she was asked about what's the difference between a forensic psychologist and her role. And it was identified that her role is more of kind of a treating thing, assessing thing. When they come into the prison, this is what she does. So she's not, and correct me if I'm wrong, but she was just distinguishing between the two and then saying essentially that I'm a clinical psychologist, because that's what I put in my notes. That's what she's actually qualified for.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what exactly did she tell you with regards to why she's going to get rich?
Yes, we are still on the state's case. This is the state's
For having
one
a
of the
civil
state's
suit,
medical
for
or
not
mental
having her
health
medical
professional
needs taken care of.
experts. And I'm hoping we're finished tomorrow, Wednesday. They're talking about bringing the big expert in, and I think the state might rest because we already had all the DNA. We've had the cell phone. We've had the car data. We've had all the fact witnesses. I think this is it.
You were also recall seeing her again on August 21st, 2020 at 3:52 p.m.
Yes.
And do you recall an incident where you either learned or saw that she was in her bed with a blanket over her head?
And I'm sorry, can you repeat that date?
Sure. It's August 21st, 2020 at 3:52 p.m.
Yes. I'm sorry. Okay, I found
That
it.
was in the morning,
Did
but we can
you,
go back and
it's
look.
hard to tell from your note. Did you see that or did someone tell you she was on her bed with a blanket over her head?
So what I wrote is that MHD, meaning mental health director, so that's how I referred to myself, attempted to see a patient for weekly RH rounds, which is restrictive housing rounds, at approximately 14-20 hours. Patient had a blanket on her head and was sitting on her bunk. She looked up and said, "I don't want to talk." And then myself and the ward deputy signed the refusal form indicating that she didn't want to talk that day.
And as part of your role as the mental health director, are you giving what are called kites from inmates of people that you're seeing, inmates that you're treating?
So the kite system is a little bit more complicated, well, maybe more simplistic than that. There's a blue kiosk on every ward in the facility. Any inmate can type it. We call it a kite, but it's just a little email that gets sent to a generic box. So they can click
We'll go
options
back
to talk to inmate class
and see how the judge
to
admitted her at the
security. They
beginning of
can
this
talk
afternoon
to
stream.
an inmate. Sorry.
As
Just
soon
to
as we
explain,
get a
inmate
break.
classification is the people who address their housing needs. So if they want housing considerations, they'll send a kite to inmate classification. They could send one to medical. They could send one to mental health programs, religion. So there's a variety of kites that can be sent. And so she did have access to the kite system at any time that she was out of her cell and could use that.
If
Whitney's
there's
been
an
in the system.
unusual,
She knows what a
again,
kite is.
lack for a better term, an unusual kite that Ms. Stauch filled out, would it get delivered to you so that you can address it?
Not specifically. It would be something that any of the mental health clinicians would be answering. We do typically try to answer them within a 24-hour time frame. So any clinician who saw it could have answered it.
Did you see a kite that was written by Ms. Stauch on, it looks like August 20th? It's just below the note that we just addressed.
Yes.
What was that kite about?
Well, kites are generally
I
in
don't know
communication
really how
from
to
a
describe what it
inmate.
was about. Would you mind if I read
Yeah,
it?
let's just,
Okay.
what does it say? What did she write?
Okay, so a kite is any communications from an inmate. What they do is they write something down on a piece of paper and they hold it out the window. A guard takes it, not the window, the bars or whatever. The guard takes it and then communicates it. However, it's also used to communicate between inmates. They're not supposed to, but that's what a kite is. It's a piece of paper with a note written on it from an inmate.
It says you let them duct tape me and cover the alarm sensors because they came for me in West Palm Beach, then came back and covered alarm with socks. I saw the car on Carriage Meadows, so we both left, gun jammed, got shot. They thought I was crazy because I watched Good Girls, but he really had tattoos. You didn't help. And then she sent another kite that said being held hostage with camera, people everywhere, and no one helps. And they took my water from my dog.
And what was the response to those kites? Do you recall?
What the hell is she talking about with
They
the dog?
were answered simply with the words kite received. That is what was sent back to her because there wasn't a specific request in there. And then Caitlin, who was the one who answered that kite, also noted, so this wouldn't have been sent back to her, but would have been in the note is these kites from patient are not consistent with prior presentation or language.
I wonder if a dog
Was
is
it
like the
consistent with your
combination
prior
sink
contacts
toilet thing.
with
I don't know.
Ms. Stauch up until this point?
That was not consistent.
And has she already returned now from the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo for her competency evaluation back in the jail?
Yes.
I want to now turn to August 28th, did you attempt to see Miss Stauch on that date?
Yes.
And were you able to see her?
She refused to be seen by me that day.
What about September 11th of 2020? Did you have an opportunity to talk to Miss Stauch then?
You said the 11th?
Yeah, and I apologize. That was who is Holly Werstein?
She was our psychiatric nurse practitioner, psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. So she prescribed psychotropic medication to the inmates in the jail, in addition to our psychiatrist.
Based on her note in here, did you review that note back in September 2020?
Yes.
And is that a note in reference to her mental condition as she got back from the state hospital in Pueblo?
Yes.
What was that note about and what did you do?
So when people come back from the Colorado Mental Health Institute after a competency evaluation, we do get some records, which would include different medications they might have been placed on there, as well as diagnoses that might have differed from the ones that we initially had. So when individuals come back, we're going to look at those diagnoses, typically prescribe them the medication because that medication is related to them now being alleged to have been competent, although they haven't had their court proceeding to confirm whether they're competent or not yet. And so I would have reviewed the records, as would have Holly, for the diagnosis as well as the medications. And Holly determined that the diagnosis that was given to Ms. Stauch, which was a bipolar disorder, was actually not consistent with her presentation. So specific to that, a bipolar disorder, in order to meet criteria for that diagnosis, you have to have previously had at least one depressive episode, which is a 2-week period of time where they meet criteria for a major depressive episode. So lots of depression. They might sleep too much or too little. They might eat too much or too little. Some things along those lines. And then you also have to have met criteria for a manic episode, which is typically 4 or more days where they are typically don't need sleep. They're feeling very joyous. They tend to become pretty irresponsible during that time. So maybe it's going on spending sprees or going out and partying a lot, things like that. So you have to have the 2-week depressive episode as well as a 4-day or more manic episode in order to meet that criteria, based on the time frame from March until at least July, when she went for the competency evaluation. We had not seen or observed any of those sort of episodes. So that's why Holly determined that that was not a consistent diagnosis with her presentation at that time.
And you
Of course, I'm muted. All right. So she has to present some sort of sufficient evidence to convince the judge that she has some sort of mental health issue that could have prevented her from knowing right from wrong or forming the proper mental state. At that point, then the burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she is sane. And just like any defense, you have to present something if you're going to claim it. It'd be like similar to self-defense. If you're being charged with murder and you're claiming self-defense, you have to establish some sort of evidence that you actually acted in self-defense, and then the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it wasn't self-defense. So she has to put forth something, some sort of defense, otherwise she's essentially going to lose, but there's no burden on her.
you know whether or not anyone at the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo diagnosed the defendant with bipolar disorder?
I do not know off the top of my head. Typically, we'll get a pretty basic summary. So we'll get a diagnosis. It doesn't necessarily always say who it's from, as well as medications, but we don't get the full competency evaluation, and we don't always get detailed psychiatric notes from that facility.
up until this point, had you seen any signs or evidence that Ms. Stauch had bipolar disorder back on September 11th, 2020?
No.
What did you do as a result of that?
No, the judge already made the determination that she can bring that defense. So the jury's going to get a jury instruction that says, essentially, you can consider her mental health and whether or not she was able to. That's already been decided. It's just up to the defense to call witnesses to kind of support that theory. But that's already been determined. That they can make that argument.
Did anything change, I guess, is a better thing to say.
No.
Did she receive any additional medication based on that?
As I had said previously, anytime somebody comes back from the state hospital, we do continue those medications just because it's what they had wanted them on. And again, related to the legal proceedings of a competency evaluation, we do want to keep them on those medications. So she, I believe, had been prescribed Minipress, which is also called Prazosin. And that typically helps with nightmares during sleep. Hydroxyzine, it looks like it was increased. And again, that was a medication related to anxiety. And I don't see any other medications that that would have been added off the top of my head.
And do you recall meeting with Ms. Stauch on September 11th at 4:24 p.m. after you read this note from is it Miss Werstein? That's Werstein.
Presumably, the jury
Yes.
doesn't know that
Tell us about that.
she didn't bring it right away, and they shouldn't be told it.
Looks like I was assessing her for weekly rounds. So again, the weekly segregation housing rounds. I noted that she had about 40% medication compliance, so was not taking her meds.
And how do you know that?
We have a electronic MAR, so the medication administration record, and so that shows what doses were offered, if they accepted or refused medication.
Please continue. What else did she have to tell you on that September 11th at 4:24 p.m.?
She said that the Mental Health Institute at Pueblo was going to prescribe her Boost Bar, which is also an anxiety medication. And she refused it. And she said her anxiety was getting bad and worse day by day. And then she stated that she's going to start becoming impulsive, have a different personality, and act way out of character, manic, and pull her hair out.
What was that all about? Did you ask her that question, or did she just volunteer that information?
That, again, was volunteered information.
And is that the first time that she's ever mentioned anything to you with regards to having a different personality?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did that trigger anything on your behalf to evaluate her for dissociative identity disorder?
No. That to me made me concerned, but it made me concerned because up until that time, for the majority of her contacts, except if it was a weekend and might have not been at the jail, I was pretty much the only one seeing her. And so my concern at that time was if this information does go to court and I'm the only person assessing her, that would be a kind of a one person's word against another. So at that time, I started trying to have some other mental health clinicians also have contact with her. So it was not just my subjective, but other people's subjective observations of her behavior at that time. And again, as I had talked about in clinical and forensic settings, somebody reporting having, or someone saying, okay, I'm going to start acting out, I'm going to be impulsive and have other personalities, then my worry becomes more about, are they going to start faking mental health symptoms? Yeah, essentially if they're just going to start faking things. So at that time, my thought would have been, okay, well, now we might see an increase in behaviors that are going to be attempts to act out that aren't consistent with her prior presentations.
If someone truly suffered from dissociative identity disorder, would they make a statement like that? Hey, I'm going to start changing personalities.
No.
Even know to make a statement like that?
No, in dissociative identity disorder, there's not a control of kind of when the alter ego or altered personality state comes out. It happens, it doesn't happen specific with a traumatic event. It's just kind of an everyday occurrence where, again, there's those lapses of memory. And sometimes in situations where, so let me back up. Dissociations happen across a variety of mental health diagnoses. So you'll see dissociation in somebody with schizophrenia. You'll see dissociation in something like borderline personality disorder, where they might dissociate or kind of have an out-of-body experience. They might be viewing their life as if they were watching a movie, or seeing themselves, looking down on themselves, engaging that behavior. That dissociation can happen in a variety of mental health diagnoses. Specific to, let's say, borderline personality disorder, that will be triggered by a stressor, so abuse or any perceived threat. That's kind of when that will come out. And specific to dissociative identity disorder, that there is not a control or specific instance when it comes out. It just happens. And so in that situation, when somebody's saying, I'm going to start having different personalities come out, my brain goes to, okay, they're going to start faking this and acting this out, as opposed to it being truly authentic and something that they don't have control over, which would be consistent then with a dissociative identity disorder.
And along the same lines, someone who suffers from bipolar disorder, are they going to be able to brag about being manic in the future?
No.
Would that fall under the same guidelines? That might be an indication that in the future I'm going to be faking.
I like
it?
how he questions it. Would she be able to
And
brag about
a week
being
later,
bipolar?
you met with her on September 17th at 3:41. What did you note about your contact with her then?
She reported that she sometimes feels okay and sometimes doesn't know how she's feeling. She defined the word okay as normal, functioning, and talking. She said sometimes not, because I talk to stuff. She said she has a hard time with reality in the morning, but then she's okay in the afternoon. She reported having a hard time focusing, so she wasn't reading her Bible anymore. And then she began talking about seeing demons in court on September 8th, and when she was on a hike and jumped off a cliff.
Okay.
She also reported sedatives were being aired through the vents and was not sleeping well at night.
So the tinfoil hat in today's
Did you also meet with her again at 3:41 p.m.?
thumbnail was appropriate.
Yes.
And what did she tell you about her thought form at that point?
She wouldn't have specifically told me anything about that, but the thought form would have been my observations.
And what were your observations? I apologize.
It's okay. I noted she was coherent, goal-directed in her comments, was easily redirectable, and appeared to be attempting to feign or fake makeup, having visual hallucinations.
And why do you say that? What was she doing?
That would have been related to the allegation that she had reported about seeing demons in court. So I know she reported that, and I noted that I did not see any of those observations.
And did you reflect back to the week prior where she said she's going to start faking these things?
Yes.
Is she self-diagnosed?
Did you see other notes within, what are these notes called within the jail system?
Progress.
Medications are bad. I saw demons when they gave me morphine once. The nurse shot me up real quick, and I was seeing things. So medication could do it.
Notes.
Progress notes with regards to her acting out or acting crazy.
Yes.
I'll refer to you to October 30th, 2020 at 5:54 p.m.
Yes. So on October 30th, one of the mental health clinicians, Ed Keaveney, had written a progress note, and he had added in that the ward deputy who was observing her that day or working in the ward that day informed Ed that she stated she's going to act out because she wants to be listed as crazy.
Is this consistent again to what she told you back on September 11th, 2020?
Yes.
Now I want to jump forward to November 17th, 2020 at 2:18 p.m. Did you have contact with Ms. Stauch then?
Yes.
And did she tell you about how she felt
It wasn't a morphine drip. They shot it into me like super quick. It wasn't a drip.
or what mental diseases or defect that she had on that day?
She
No, they just went-
reported that she's bipolar, has multiple personality disorder, and PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder.
And is this the first time she's ever come out and said, that's my diagnosis, this is my mental illness?
Yes.
And back on March 5th, 2020, with your first contact, did you say, wait a minute, I asked you that question on March 5th and you said nothing about it?
I don't believe I said that to her specifically, but that would have been a thought I would have had, that it was inconsistent with the prior contacts, and especially at the beginning of her stay with us.
And what did you note in your notes with regards to her self-diagnosis of multi-personality disorder, PTSD, and bipolar disorder?
I said she appeared to be at baseline psychiatrically, meaning I did not see any of that. I said there's no overt symptoms of bipolar disorder or PTSD present. And I said she has not presented with symptoms of DID or dissociative identity disorder during any contacts with this writer.
And did she tell you back on November 17th, 2020, how she came up with these mental illnesses?
She reported having her competency exam was going to be conducted on November 30th. And she indicated that she is aware and she is smart.
Maybe it wasn't
And were
morphine
you,
they gave me. I have
did you
no idea
learn
what it
that she
was, but
actually
it
had a
made me
second
all
competency
loopy
evaluation
real quick.
as well?
Yes.
A lot is the good stuff.
Yeah, well, okay, so it was appendicitis, and they were gonna like monitor me for a minute, and they shot me up with something. I don't know what it was, but I thought it was morphine, maybe not. I was waiting. He's going through his notes.
Let's jump to January 5th, 2021 now. Did you have contact with Ms. Stauch on that day at 2:37 p.m.?
Go, get out of here.
Yes, I did.
And with regards to questions that you're asking her, did you ask her about her, what is entitled thought form in your notes?
Yes.
What did she have to tell you with regards to that? Or what did you ask her and what was her response?
I don't recall specifically what the way I had formed the question,
Wait,
but
hold
she
on.
had said I had noted she was coherent, but she also reported that she was triggered by another patient who continues to bother her. She said that she loses it when she's re-triggered related to anything having to do with sexual assault or harassment. It sounds like the inmates or another inmate was saying some inappropriate things, such as requesting that she show her breasts in order to stop being bothered. Then she reported spending 90 days in a psychiatric hospital in Canada in 2018.
Let me stop you there on that.
You can call me.
Did you do
whatever,
any
I don't get
follow-up to see if
offended.
there's
My
any
ego is
records with
gigantic
regards
and
to
it's
that
not made up from
hospitalization
the
in
chat, so we're good.
2018 that she's claiming?
I do not recall if we did. I know we had at some point we had requested records from South Carolina. To my understanding is that she had signed a release of information, but I do not believe that we got any information after the fact about this hospitalization.
Did you have any information that Ms. Stauch was ever in Canada?
I don't.
If she was in fact hospitalized at an inpatient treatment for 90 days in Canada,
Oh yeah, we read that
would
in
there
her
be
letter.
records to
Remember?
support that?
Yes.
She was like incarcerated for 2
Did you
days in a mental health.
Make any
hospital in
attempts to
Canada.
get any records from this so-called hospitalization?
I don't believe so.
And this is almost a year, well, 10 months, 11 months after she's been placed in custody.
Yes.
Did she also talk to you about her stepfather and what her stepfather may have done to her?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
That her stepfather and uncle had sexually assaulted her during her childhood.
Yeah, her
And
letter
is this the
said
first
too.
time she brings that up?
Yes.
Maybe it was
Did that
2
have
weeks.
to
It was
do
2
with what
something.
she's telling you
It
about
wasn't
this
90.
other inmate asking?
Able to sit down and talk.
No.
Wait,
Okay.
what just happened?
It was always you talking.
In 2018 that she's claiming?
I think it just jumped. Hang on a second.
I do not recall if she said that she feels that she will start going crazy because she's going stir crazy in her cell.
We heard this already.
Did you do anything or make any diagnosis based on what she's telling you now?
Did we?
The diagnosis did not change based on that.
Did you
we're
do
talking
any
about
further
Canada.
evaluation based on what she told you about her stepfather and uncle sexually assaulted?
No.
Did you see any signs of post-traumatic stress disorder based on what she was telling you?
No.
Why is that?
Yeah, it jumped to Eeyore doing cross. I don't know what happened.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure.
We're like
She's
6
telling you
minutes
that
behind.
she'd been sexually assaulted by her uncle and her stepfather.
Mm-hmm.
She hadn't said anything about this up until this point. January
We all just lost part of our lives.
Did you think
the other-
that might have
our other
contributed to
personalities that
her
watched it
having
all?
post-traumatic stress disorder?
I mean, any trauma could, any person who experiences a trauma could develop those symptoms. But again, when providing any sort of diagnosis, one of the final criteria you have to match or to make and confirm a diagnosis is a significant impairment in social, occupational, or other areas of functioning, because in the jail setting, there wasn't any significant impact related to that. It's not necessary to follow through with that. Also specific to sexual assault
speed it up
or
a touch. Let me know
significant
if it's
trauma,
bad.
we don't always want to start treatment related to that, because we don't know when people are leaving the jail. And so sometimes opening up and having somebody relive these traumas is the jail setting is not the most appropriate place for that, because we do want that to be a very personal driven avenue in treatment. And so typically we won't start a full therapy mode related to trauma.
Okay. Now, did you have an opinion as to whether or not her claiming that she had these various mental disorders coincided with her court case. In other words, when she raised competency.
I don't know if there was a
then she pled
hospital
not guilty by
identified.
reason of insanity.
Yes. Again, looking at diagnoses, looking at the not just the criteria in the DSM, and based on my history and training and conducting forensic evaluations, typically people will, when competency is raised or other things in court, or just in general, depending on how court goes, people do tend to then over-report or exaggerate or make up symptoms that are consistent with a diagnosis that might help maybe absolve them of the charges or have a different sentence or go to a different location for treatment instead of in lieu of incarceration. So what was observed was consistent with somebody who was acting out symptoms as opposed to it being a true diagnosis and symptoms.
Sounds about
And
right.
your role in your position at the jail was not to perform a sanity evaluation, I take it,
Correct.
or a competency evaluation.
Correct.
In order to do that, you'd want to look at everything, I would take it.
Yes.
And when I say everything, all the police reports, everything involved in the criminal case before you can make any.
So like
judgments
Jugman
of that.
said, she wasn't there to assess
Correct.
insanity.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Examination. Thank you, Mr. Cook.
Real quick, they were not able to identify or authenticate the Canadian stay. That was brought up in her letter, and she was asked about that. The doctor was, and she said that she wasn't able to pull up any records of that.
Doctor, good afternoon. My name is Will Cook. I represent Ms. Stauch. I'm going to be asking you, I would say a few questions, but I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. I'm going to start with some questions near the end, and then I'm going to loop back to the beginning of your testimony. You said that Ms. Stauch or Letecia, only near the end.
He didn't identify himself.
At this date.
Who is this person?
What? Will? I'm pretty sure he said his name.
Oh, how good dude. He's lost in his notes now. He's confused. Hang on, there we go. So we can see Will.
You said she
stumble
only
through his
reported
notes.
being molested one time to you?
That was my recollection. I believe when she first came into the
Kinda too
jail
soon to
during
tell
the
yet if she
receiving
can do her
screening, she had reported that to the nurse doing her receiving screening intake, but I don't recall that being
Okay,
reported.
well,
to
you
me
just told
personally.
Mr. Young that it was the only time that it had been reported, the
Ooh.
molestation
To me.
to you.
You know, I'm going to object us to that. That's not the question was. The question was with regards to her stepfather and uncle.
Oh, overruled.
He's getting feisty. I like this feisty Eeyore. Cutting her off, arguing.
Do you know when the other time that she reported molestation or sex assault?
Without looking at the specific date in my notes, I think she had reported that in 2019.
When did she report it at
Exactly
the El
what
Paso
happened.
County Jail?
I don't know the specific
Okay.
date.
So when she comes into the El Paso County Jail, is she handcuffed? When she first gets there and you first see her, is she handcuffed? Is she in a jumpsuit? What's the situation like?
She likely would have been in her cell in the medical ward. And because of her status related to the transport, there would have been 2 deputies probably standing outside of the door. I would have been standing likely in the doorway talking with her.
Okay, so she was a high-risk inmate.
What do you mean by high risk?
You couldn't talk to her unless there were 2 deputies there.
Yes.
Okay, due to the allegations that she had tried to escape, the high-level nature, seriousness of the charges, she was having a close eye kept on her.
Yes.
Did you ever have any situations during this time where you were taken into a room, a discreet private room, and you and Letecia were able to sit down and talk?
No.
Okay. It was always you talking through a trap in the door. She'd be locked up.
No, typically we would, the deputies would have the door open. I did note just when we were reviewing some of my notes that there was one time there was not another deputy, so we did have to talk through the door, but typically the door would be open. I would typically try to talk softly, and so that way other people could not hear, and the deputies are typically instructed to just be there and present, but not intently listening into a conversation.
Okay, but you're talking about something that very private, somebody's mental health, somebody's past abuse. These are sensitive subjects for a person, correct?
Most people openly report them in the jail setting. Most people openly report that regardless of who's around.
Okay, that wasn't the question I asked. These are sensitive subjects for people.
They are.
Okay. And not everybody may be comfortable with talking about them with multiple deputies there, a doctor, in an open setting.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes. Does this cause for speculation or call for speculation rather?
And you just stated, in fact, you had to cancel one meeting because there was only one deputy available to talk with her, and that wasn't allowed. Is that what happened?
No, I said we had to talk through the door, so they could not open.
They couldn't even open the door unless there were two deputies with her.
Yes.
Okay. And that's not the ideal clinical setting to do mental health work, is it?
No.
It's a terrible setting to do the type of work that you were charged with doing, correct?
I wouldn't say it was terrible.
Thank you, Sandy. Tell your friends
I think
too.
people in a jail setting still need services, and
I'm not saying they don't need services. I'm saying this is not an ideal clinical setting. And in fact, it's a bad setting to do this kind of work. People are confined. It's stressful. It's loud. There's deputies. I mean, there's a lot of threats. People are on high alert. They don't act in jail like they would out in the street, do they?
Calls for speculation.
That's kind of general because some people do and some people don't.
Okay. Some people get into jail and they absolutely collapse and their symptoms get worse, or some people don't change in jail. So it can be anything. Is that what you're saying? Okay. So where do you work right now? You do mental health work with sex offenders in
She talked about
Kansas?
everything else.
Yes.
Okay. And is that Larned State Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Where in Kansas is that?
Larned, Kansas.
Larned, Kansas. Okay. And you've been doing that from September 21st to now?
Yes.
Not September 21st, September 2021 until now.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. So, and you're the clinical program director now.
Yes.
How many sex offenders do you supervise now?
About 250.
So that's a lot.
He's like a child.
Is this just a facility specifically for sex offenders?
No.
Okay. Is there a wing or a part of this facility that is dedicated to the sex offenders, though?
Yes.
Okay.
And then he sort of like runs out of steam, I guess.
Are you treating people right now, or I presumably with sex offenders, you're treating quite a few people or have a lot of treatment experience with people that suffer from pedophilia?
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like there's some new people in here.
And is pedophilia just a person who's sexually attracted to underage or age inappropriate people?
It's not just that. There's a pedophilic sexual interest. You could qualify it as to what you described, but a pedophilic disorder is when they then engage in those sexually abusive behaviors towards non-consenting minors.
Okay. So you have sex offenders that or pedophiles, whatever you want to have it. Generally, they prey on underage children.
Some do, and some are that prey on adults as well.
But generally speaking, a pedophile preys on minors.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the ways that minors, or one of the means of access that a pedophile or a sex offender that is preying on underage children may go through is sometimes they ply the victims, the children, with alcohol or drugs to lower the inhibitions of the children, correct? That's a common theme.
I wouldn't necessarily say it
Assuming he
was
has a point,
very
but I'm not
common, but they
sure where
could.
he's going with
Some have, but the majority of the ones that I've worked with have not been lowering minors with alcohol or drugs.
Okay.
Well, welcome, Brunk.
But there's grooming behaviors that go on with the adult towards the children.
In some cases, and sometimes they commit violent acts against strangers as well.
Yes, Indigo, I've seen you a few days, but welcome.
But a child predator, based on your experience, they could use alcohol to lower the inhibitions of their victim in order to gain access to them and, assault them.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Relevance.
So,
Threw era off for a second.
at the time, September 2021, that you were employed at Larned State Hospital, you were also employed in El Paso County at the jail, correct?
Yes.
How did you do both jobs?
I lowered my hours as in the clinical program director role to part-time and took on the full-time health services administrator position. So I oversaw all of the medical and mental health care at the jail for about 11 months.
And you weren't actually an employee of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. You were employed by WellPath,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
This is a private for-profit company, the largest medical services for prisons and jails in the whole world, correct?
That's what I was thinking,
I believe so.
Okay.
but he hasn't quite hammered home that point yet.
And as a for-profit company that you were working for, your company makes more money and more profit the less money that is spent on the inmates.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
No, that's not relevant. If you could ask them how much they make it sitting on the stand too.
What is the relevance?
Can we approach?
Yeah. If you're allowed to question an expert witness about how much you're being paid for their review of the case and sitting on the stand, I think that's a fair cross when the witness's employer is making money based off of these assessments, I guess. Yeah, he's been around his client too long. I feel like his brain is buffering because he gets like super aggressive. Like we're on, we're doubling the speed of the YouTube feed, and then all of a sudden we buffer, and then he goes again, and then we buffer. He's kind of a unique fellow. Not a for-profit. It's not. I maybe it's not. I don't know. I just about fell asleep here. Yeah. The cross should be exciting, and it was a little bit. And then he's kind of, someone said, getting lost in the sauce, and I think that's right. He is. All right, so we have some new people. Welcome, all you new people. Welcome to the stream. Like and subscribe. Tell your friends. Yeah, we're going to look at this after when we get a break. We're going to go back and we're going to see how this witness was qualified because she testified that she was a clinical psychologist, and then there were some issues about her qualifications. So we're going to go back and take a look at it. Oh yes, the black cat. This black cat of mine is really annoying. It's the one that messed up my headphones the other day. But its name is DOG, spelled D-O-G. So that's my black cat's name. We were trying to wonder that too. I think the pedophilia thing might be in connection with Letecia's father or uncle or whatever it was that molested her. I think that might be the angle. But then he left it. And he went into a whole bunch of other stuff about how much he's getting paid.
From
how much
according
money
to your CV, from March 2022 to January, or from March 2022 to January 23, so just a few months ago, you were the health services administrator for WellPath, which it had the contract to provide all the health and mental health care services for the El Paso County Jail.
Yes.
Okay. Before that, December 2019
ER won
to
his
September 2021, you were the mental health director for WellPath.
Yes.
Correct? And the health services administrator job, which I guess you ascended to, was created by WellPath due to litigation and suits against WellPath, your employer at the time, for poor care and a host and litany of different problems. This spot was created for you and you took it.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Overruled. She can answer if she knows.
To be honest, I do not know. That position had, since I was the mental health director at the jail, there was always a health services administrator position. I don't know any different. And prior to December 2019, Armor was the contract company working at the jail.
Okay, but I'm talking about when you started March of 2022. You were working for WellPath. I'm not talking about the prior contractor. You ascended to that spot because there had been a lot of litigation and suits against WellPath.
Asked and answered.
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
I understand. Overruled. She can answer if she knows the answer.
No, but when I was employed as the mental health director, there was a health services administrator position there.
I wonder why the
Okay.
state's so scared.
And
of
were
these
you
questions.
aware of all the litigation that was going on with WellPath and your employer at the jail?
There it is, the
Okay.
litigation.
Even though you were supervising financial oversight for all the healthcare services provided at the jail, clinical and administrative work, you had no idea.
Do
I wonder
you,
what this litigation is.
can you elaborate on what you mean then by litigation in with the company? I know that
Suits against WellPath and suits against the El Paso County Sheriff's Department, who was running the jail.
so if there was a lawsuit, at the time I was the health services administrator, if there was a lawsuit, I would have been notified that there was one coming through. But in general, if there's lawsuits across the entire company of WellPath, I would not be privy to that information.
So you don't remember any lawsuits of your time when you were the health services director?
I believe that there were a few that had come through towards the end.
Okay. And from when
Yeah.
Ms. Stauch came in
That's
March
exactly
of
what they're doing.
2000, going forward, was there anything unusual going on at the jail?
Or maybe they're not
Or was it
confident.
business as normal the whole time?
She came in 2020, not 2000.
I'm sorry, 2020. Thank you.
Was there anything unusual
Yeah.
at the jail?
Yeah.
COVID?
COVID. Did you say COVID?
Yes.
Yeah. And it completely changed how everything functioned at the jail, correct?
I wouldn't say completely changed. I think we had to be more mindful of health precautions and wear masks and extra cleaning, things like that, but not.
No, you wore a mask, the employees, but the inmates weren't given masks. And that's part of the reason there was a lawsuit that WellPath and the sheriff's office settled.
Again, Your Honor, objection, relevance, and foundation.
Sustained. A jury will disregard the question. You can rephrase it. But again, nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence.
So the Judge is giving him a little leeway, and he's kind of
Were
not sure what he's getting at.
Um,
'Cause I'm not familiar with the lawsuit.
were you taking precautions for COVID during your interviews with Ms. Stauch?
We're gonna blame COVID now.
I believe that I would have probably had to have worn a mask as required by the jail.
Okay. And when did this begin, the mask wearing?
I don't know.
Was it a mask suit or was it like
March
quality of
2020,
care
or is it the
or
mask mandate always already in effect March 5th when you first contacted her, or was it later in the summer? When did all this happen?
I don't know.
She got COVID and became sane again. That's why she's not acting that way.
Do you remember a COVID outbreak in the jail during your tenure there?
I remember the media alleged that.
Okay, you don't remember the jail allegedly having the largest COVID outbreak in the state?
Again, I believe that's how the media phrased it.
Okay. Do you remember the population of the jail during this time being 1,700 inmates before COVID and being lowered to about 11 or 1,200 within a few months because of the COVID threat?
So with the everyday activities at the jail, I mean, I don't really pay attention to why more or less inmates would be there. We
Okay.
just take care of the people who are there.
But as the health service administrator for the jail, I mean, you would notice 500 or 600 people
He's trying to
being
discredit
taken out of
the care
circulation due to
provided.
medical reasons and due to the COVID
Say
pandemic.
if you can't take care of all of your patients, if you can't take care of all of your patients, you can't do a proper assessment, then you couldn't do a proper assessment on this particular defendant. I think that's where he's kind of going at it. And yes, Jamie jumped ship because she has her eyelash appointment today.
Sustained.
Now, I see a report that you compiled that Mr. Young
I'm
and
loving the
DA's office
tomatoes.
provided to us in this case. Do you know what document I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay. When did you prepare this document?
So that wasn't, I wouldn't recall that a report, or I'm sorry, I would not term that a report. In preparation for my testimony today, I was taking some notes that I perceived as relevant based on my interactions with Ms. Stauch. And so those were just my personal notes in preparing to testify today.
So you can go outside of the scope of direct on cross when you're trying to impeach the witness on their credibility. And you can also still kind of go outside of it a little bit, because you could just argue, you know, Judge, I would have just called her as my own witness and gone into this. So for the sake of judicial economy, just let me cross her on a wider range, and they'll give you some latitude on that. Where it's really a concern is when with redirect. So then when the state gets to ask questions again, they really need to stay tight within the bounds of the cross.
And you provided these personal notes to the prosecution.
We had been discussing my testimony in terms of when I was going to testify and kind of the nature of that. And I had offered, not thinking that they'd be here right now.
So at the bottom of several of the pages, it says, qualify me as an expert, comma, jail, comma, what do now back in March 2020.
Mm-hmm.
What does what do now back in March 2020 mean?
So Mr. Young had essentially just said that
I'm not
kind of
saying
this-
it's a
the
strong
steps
cross. That's just, I think that's
of
what
me
they're going
testifying
at.
today is that I need to be qualified as an expert initially prior to testifying, and then he would ask me questions about what I do now in my current role as a clinical program director and what my role was at the jail previously.
Okay. And what does GAD stand for?
Generalized anxiety disorder.
Okay. And why was that relevant?
That was
Enough for you to put in a note at the bottom of your summary.
just that was the diagnosis that she had come in with.
Okay.
Based on Nicholas's comment here. The other thing I will say is that this witness was very kind of hesitant with this whole Florida thing. So she met with the defendant on the day after Gannon was found in Florida. And the defendant apparently said, I've never been to Florida. And the question on direct was, well, did you ever say anything about Florida? And her answer was a little wobbly. She's like, I don't think I did. Seeming to imply that the defendant confessed by saying, I've never been to Florida, when that was never brought up. The problem is that I don't find that answer quite credible.
It says also one of the things is theme DACs.
He's essentially said that we were just going to go through all of the notes and talk about any themes that he might see.
And their theme is that she did not suffer from any conditions or have dissociative identity disorder or bipolar or any of these other things y'all spent 4 or 5 hours talking about, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, to relevance, what our theme is.
Sustained.
Well, the theme of what the DA said was important to you enough to put down at the bottom as a footnote. I guess so you remembered this during your testimony?
I typically just write what's being said. It wasn't important or not important. It's just information shared.
Well, so if it's important, not important, you just write it. Then are some of the things you wrote at the bottom as notes, are some of them unimportant?
I mean, in the sense we just talked about that I would be testifying and that was it.
Yes, I agree. She might not recall. It was just the way she answered.
So you spent some time talking about you and Mr. Young about the day, I think it was March 20th of 2020. That was when you discussed the issue of Gannon's body being found. Is that correct? Do you remember that discussion?
Yes.
And Mr. Young asked you, do you remember what she said? And you said, yeah, Gannon's body was found in Florida, and she said she'd never been to Florida and all this other thing. And he asked you, why was that significant?
Mm-hmm.
Why was it significant in your conversation with Letecia? Why was it significant that she said she'd never been to Florida?
Because that's where his body was found.
Why is that significant?
Well, I'm not sure what you're asking in that sense, but typically somebody with dissociative identity disorder would not be able to, they would have kind of amnesia of certain events. And so it was odd to me that if she was not there, why she would spontaneously say she wasn't there.
Okay.
See, it's not just she didn't answer. She believes that it was a spontaneous reaction which shows her guilt. That's how she.
And if she didn't have anything to do with Gannon's disappearance, how would she know he was found in Florida?
Correct.
That's the significance?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that her attorneys earlier that day had been to visit her?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but if that
And
was
they had
true,
actually
then-
told her that Gannon's body had been found?
Sustained. Jury will disregard.
He doesn't know how to come back from that.
So if you were to be told that her attorneys that came and talked to her that day,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. May we approach?
No, because I see where this one is going, and I think that you can ask it in a hypothetical, because what
Yeah.
this witness is
That was
talking
a
about
proper question.
is she's testifying about dissociative identity disorder and whether somebody would or wouldn't have recollection of an event based on whether or not they had a particular personality that was manifesting at the time that the person was in a geographical location. So if somebody had some information from some other source, you can ask the witness whether or not this would or would not be consistent with the dissociative identity disorder. So I will allow that.
That was a good call by the judge. It's
Well,
not.
just say answer what he just said. But I'll try to put it to you as artfully as the judge did.
Thank you, Judge, for doing my
If-
job.
With respect to dissociative identity disorder, if hypothetically Ms. Stauch had heard from her attorneys a couple hours before, said, hey, they found Gannon's body in Florida, would that change how you feel with DID in this portion of what was going on
This is
on
getting
March the
exciting.
20th
That's
of
what I wanted.
2020?
No.
No? Why not?
Because with dissociative identity disorder, there's, in the DSM, it talks about kind of a possession form or non-possession form, possession form being, again, that amnesia on inability to recall those certain everyday events versus a non-possession form where, again, they could kind of be depersonalized or still consciously aware that things are going on and they're kind of watching themselves engage in behaviors that they might not, that they still know it's happening, but they might not perceive that they're the one doing it.
But I'm just talking about her parroting to you what her attorney told her an hour or 2 hours before you're talking with her.
Well, again, as I had previously suggested to her not to share, or actually, I'm sorry, it was that day, I think I told her not to share things. No, I'm sorry, it was before that. But I don't know why that would be relevant to share with me.
Because she's, how often, or what was her schedule for being incarcerated? As far as lockdowns, you've talked about different security levels to Mr. Young at the jail. Certain freedoms you have with different levels. When you first met her, say the first week, what was her security level, or how was she being held?
She was on suicide watch.
She was on suicide watch. Okay.
Cook, if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so.
We can do it now.
I don't want to interrupt.
Her attorneys have been bad.
No, Your Honor, we can do it now.
Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 3:40. We should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, I'll rise for the jury, please.
All right. So interesting. The defense looks alive. I've started some comments. I'm going to go through them. Yeah, we're gonna do that. I'm just gonna find a good time to do that. We're gonna go back. Facts, not evidence. Okay, so this is an expert. An expert can testify regarding hypothetical situations, so you don't have to base their testimony. Well, hang on.
Step down.
The judge went back on the record and is talking, so I thought maybe he had something interesting to say. No? Okay. Nope, nothing interesting. All right. So the only witnesses that can talk about hypotheticals or opinion testimony are the expert witnesses, and they can testify to hypothetical situations, so you don't have to establish the facts beforehand. And if she didn't remember being in Florida, why did I start this one? Did I start the wrong one? I'm not sure why I remembered I started that one. Let's see here. Will is coming alive. Will is definitely coming alive. I'm going to get this banner down. Now I'm getting control of my stream. Let's see. Stating her attorneys had already told her. Yeah. So, so she wouldn't have any knowledge of that. So the witness can't answer that. So the objection is proper because it calls for speculation. She doesn't know. Facts not in evidence. You're right on that. However, when he rephrased it the correct way as a hypothetical, then that's fine. The problem is that we threw that out there as a hypothetical. Great, but who's going to be the person that's actually going to establish as a fact that actually happened? You got to call the attorneys to the stand, or you got to call Letecia to the stand. So if you can't establish the underlying facts that make up your hypothetical, the jury is essentially going to disregard it. So unless they call somebody with knowledge that her attorneys told her, it was kind of a wasted hypothetical. But I'm really excited for the idea that Letecia's going to testify. I think that would be hilarious. And maybe they'd get to that question after all the nonsense that's going to go on when she's on the stand. Will is firing with a gun full of blanks. Yeah, I mean, this is their whole defense, so I would expect them to be a little more lively. Until they found him to not. Let's see here. She never had symptoms until they found him. Well, this doctor assessed her right after her arrest. Now, this doctor, the one that was just on the stand, was assessing her essentially for incarceration purposes, not to diagnose her with something. But these things came out very early on. Let's see. Okay. All right. Perhaps she lost some time. Again, I don't know how the dissociative identity disorder is supposed to function. There's most of the time, apparently, according to the books we went through the other day, you still kind of remember everything. It's just more of a weird out-of-body experience. And she is claiming some underlying amnesia type thing along with it, which I have yet to go through. I do have those pages, but I haven't gone through those yet, so I don't know exactly how that would work. Do some push-ups on the break. Well, hey, he was feisty. I like it. This is the kind of trial I wanted to see, so I'm excited for this. And the questions are appropriate. The impeaching of the witness is appropriate, whether you agree with it or not, whether you think this woman is guilty as hell and just needs to go away. I want to see a good, strong defense. We're starting to see some of it. I'm not sure where he was going with some of his questions, but I like it a lot. So, yes, please. Oh, this is my law firm channel. Yeah, if you want to see a direct feed from the court, this is on my Helm Law YouTube channel. You can see a direct feed, although it won't be in line with this, and you won't see my smiling face, but you can see the court feed in maybe a little bit clearer fashion. Yeah, it would be amazing if she testifies. I'm trying to explain it a little bit. Hopefully it's coming across. Yeah, she doesn't have symptoms of DID. She just doesn't. But it does still, you know, the process should be followed. Impeachment, cross-examination, all that stuff should really be followed. I have this guy. I have a picture of this guy, the attorney friend, the stutterer. He does a little bit. I might put him behind me. I have a framed picture of him, the attorney from My Cousin Vinny, the public defender, just because I love his character so much. He is trying. He is trying. Yes, the fugue state. That's right. The fugue state has amnesia in it, and so it can create a whole thing of where she doesn't remember everything. I would throw a curveball at the doc and asked, pedo patients never had a rap sheet before his jail time. Okay. Possibly. Yeah, you want to throw curveballs at these witnesses. And it was good. You know, you notice she got really defensive when he was asking her about the lawsuits. regardless of what you think about the COVID lawsuits, if it was a mask mandate lawsuit, I have no idea, but she got really defensive, and that paints a picture in the jury's eye. And that's really what you want to do. Let's see. I saw Johnny Depp somewhere. As full of shit as a Christmas goose, Johnny Depp would say. Probably. And again, at the end of the day, I don't think it's going to fly with the jury, but I want to see good lawyering here. Yeah, we do need two sides of the story. There's no need to apologize. That's what I'm here for. I got down hard on the defense attorneys when they did a really shitty opening statement, when they failed to cross-examine witnesses that were testifying to her mental health. That is really bad lawyering, and I don't want to see it. And I'll give my fundamental speech. You can believe this woman is guilty as the sun rises, but if you allow the state to take shortcuts with her, then you're okay with the state taking shortcuts for the innocent, and that's a problem. Yeah, that too. Yeah, we don't want to see that as a reason for an appeal, ineffective assistance of counsel or anything like that. We want to see a fair trial with good defense work, and if the jury convicts, the jury convicts. If they find her not guilty by reason of insanity, either way, she's spending the rest of her life in a room, in a facility. Yes, she does. Yeah, I've been really disappointed with this defense. I am excited to see them come alive a little bit today. Yeah, they need to be fighting for their client. It was just the worst opening, and then it went downhill from there. So I am on board with all of that. Court should be up and running. Actually, we were a little behind, and the court should be jumping in pretty quick. So we won't have, I was going to pull up some other stuff, but we're getting caught up to live feed. So I'll just keep going through the chats if there's anything else. Jamie did have to leave us. Oh, let me say this. Like and subscribe. Please tell your friends about this show so we can grow. That would be great. And then no obligation whatsoever, but since I'm not monetized yet, I do have a Cash App, which has been floating around in the chat. People keep posting it, and I thought I had it here, but I can't see it. And then Jamie also, for all of her hard work, she also has a Snapchat, or not Snapchat, oh my God, a Cash App that you guys can donate to her as well. So me, I'm not going to ask for it, but if you want to, that's great. But I think you guys should give something to Jamie because she works really hard and she doesn't have to. No retrial basis. Yes. I mean, she's got to get an appeal. She's got to get an automatic appeal and they'll deal with that. But yeah, so far, there hasn't been anything that the defense has done that would say there's ineffective assistance of counsel. In theory, you could ask 0 questions, give no opening statements and no closing argument and still not be an ineffective counsel, because the other question that the Court of Appeals has to answer is, would it have changed the outcome? And if the court is confident that no matter what the defense attorney would have done, it wasn't going to change the outcome, you still don't have ineffective assistance of counsel. The state has built an extremely strong case, definitely. The state or the defense has to step it up. And this is where they have the opportunity, because this is their whole defense. They weren't going to challenge the DNA. They weren't going to challenge the blood. They weren't going to challenge the suitcase or the cars. None of that matters for their defense. Their defense is the mental health. Yes, there's Jamie's Cash App. It's back in the chat again. Thank you. Bye, Franz. I never had it, so I'm not able to post it. So if you could circulate that around, that would be great. Yeah. It's going to be really interesting if she testifies. Really interesting. See, Jeter crime in Denmark. Yes, you are a layman, right? It's interesting, the system there. They have what, 3 laymen and a like an educated judge that hears the case and makes a ruling. Is that how it works? Like professional jurors and effective assistance of client. Oh, it would have been great if she represented herself. That would have been amazing. I heard I heard Lori Vallow or Daybell, whatever the hell her name is. I heard her opening statements too, and it was just as bad. It was like, the Constitution guarantees us the right to a fair trial, and you've got to presume her innocent and keep an open mind. Now, it was kind of the same thing that they brought here, but it was kind of worse. But when you have a obviously lying guilty defendant, there's not much else you can do. It would gladly be a holdout juror for anybody here. Great. Good to know. Where do you live? Everyone go commit your crimes there. Okay, so it's 2 and 1 judge. I didn't know if it was 3 or 1 judge. So it's 2 laymen and 1 judge. Now, do each votes count the same? Like the layman can trump the judge? Or does he get like the power of 2 or something? Or can he like trump it and set it aside anyway? In America, if the jury comes back with a verdict and the judge doesn't like it, they could actually do a judgment notwithstanding the verdict. So they can set aside the jury's decision and still order a different result. All right. I'm just wondering how. I kind of want to go sit in a Denmark court and see how it goes. You're near Copenhagen, right? I might have to pay you a visit. They're equal. Okay.
And it was like, yeah, you were in your Sunday best.
I don't like the layman system.
CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Records could reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom.
Because I like
anything
the citizens being a final check between the government and the people.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Defense. Let's go ahead and
Field trip. I'll be live streaming from a Denmark court until they arrest me. Because apparently you can't record in a Denmark or a Danish court. Yeah, I love the jury questions.
68.4.
Better than 64 this morning.
That's today's 66. So we
Who's in their Sunday bests? Oh, the defendant.
Well, drops and took the park off. Must have been.
Took her coat off.
I feel like Lori Vallow has a better claim to insanity than this defendant. Because Lori Vallow was like, yeah, because the world is ending. Like it's ending. That's a little more like on the nose of insanity than this one. Yeah, I'll be there in January. Well, I'll be in Sweden in January, right across the tunnel bridge thing from Denmark. Bail for Dave equals super chats. Yes, but I can't get my super chats yet.
All rise for the jury, please.
Hopefully soon. She was for a long time. That's right. I haven't really followed that case much. She's a goddess because her chubby boyfriend said so. If the streams weren't just audio, I feel like I'd enjoy it much better. I can't, even with Danny and Direct's
Thank you, may all be seated.
Summaries.
So recall 20 CR 1358 versus the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took a break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Moore. That's where we will resume.
Stay away from the semi-Swedes.
Thank you. Now, Doctor, I need to clarify something very quickly.
Yes, she was. That's Lori Vallow or Dave.
I found what I was looking for. So with Mr. Young, you said that on January 5th of 2021, and if you have your notes and you need to look at those, you said it was the first time you had heard about molestation or sex abuse being perpetrated on the defendant.
That could be entertaining.
You said January 5th, 2021?
Yes. I believe it's a part when she's, says only hallucinates when triggered by sexual harassment and assault.
Yes, I recall that.
And is that when, is that the date you testified to earlier with Mr. Young, that that was the first time you'd heard about molestation?
I believe so.
Do you have your report from June the 5th of 2020? It's probably 6 or 7 months before the date we were just talking about.
Does Chad really believe he's the second coming? Or is he just the chosen? The world's ending and he's the chosen. I don't know.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like at that time she had reported the molestation at 14. So I think when we were talking about the sexual assault, that was the first time that assault was, I think that's the first time it was phrased as the sexual assault. Yes.
Molestation of a child is sex assault. Do you agree with that?
I would generally agree with that. So I
Well,
was incorrect.
when would you not generally agree that molestation of a child is a sexual assault?
So molestation to me would mean more maybe fondling and touching, where a sexual assault would be more defined as some sort of penetration.
Are you aware under the Colorado statutes, there is no molestation, it's all sex assault?
I don't know that off the top of my
Okay.
head. I'd have to look.
All right.
What's a blue Muppet?
You can, in your opinion, you can molest a child, and alternatively, you can sexually assault a child.
Objection, your relevance.
No, overruled.
I would consider them separate.
You consider them separate. Okay. And that's why you answered the question the way you did for Mr. Young.
Yes.
Is your belief that sexually assaulting a child is different than a child being simply molested?
Yes.
So, with respect to the dissociative identity disorder, when Ms. Stauch came in on March the 5th, 2020, were you doing an evaluation for dissociative identity disorder, anxiety,
Yes, I'm not a fan of that idea.
depression,
I'm going to keep the cash out.
bipolar disorder, borderline personality disorder? Were you looking for all these things at that time?
Yes. So as I had previously explained, I generally want to cast a wide net and see if there's any sort of symptoms going on.
Okay. And were you able to rule out dissociative identity disorder fairly quickly?
At that time?
Yes.
In a sense, yes.
Okay. And that would be June the 5th, 2020?
I thought we were talking about March the 5th.
I'm sorry.
It's
It's late in the day.
It is late in the day.
March the 5th, 2020. Yes. The first day she came to
Correct.
CJC, the jail, and you saw her.
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you had met with her for about 45 minutes on this March the 5th, 2020 date?
I said it probably about 30 to 45 minutes.
30 to 45 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
I see.
And in that time, you were able to rule out dissociative identity disorder, more or less?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but that's a legal term. He's trying to get, I think.
And she was on medical watch. Was that period of medical watch for her? I guess
One would
suicide
hope. His
watch,
partner was
whatever you
Googling
want to
it during
call it, the
direct.
mental health ward. Was that from March 2020 to May of 2020? Approximately?
No, I believe that that March, I believe, and I'm sorry off the top of my head, I'd have to refer back to my notes, but I think we had decreased her suicide watch, I think within about the first 2 weeks
To what?
to transition.
Okay.
someplace.
And when you're in the medical ward or the secure ward, the high risk ward, whatever Miss Stauch was when she came in, she was locked down in a cell 23 hours a day and only allowed out for 1 hour a day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding, what was the person or inmate allowed to do for that 1 hour?
They could, so she would have been, if we're talking about the time that her housing location was the medical ward, she would have then, for her hour out, been transported to Alpha 2, which was the other ward that I told you that she could have been in. And during that time, she could have talked to any family or friends on the telephone, taken a shower, could have worked out on the exercise equipment. There's usually a book cart in there.
This witness
so
didn't
taking out
diagnose her
different
with
books that
anything.
she could read. Generally, maybe if other inmates were talking, associate with them, talk to the ward deputy. She would be the only person out on the ward, but people talk all the time through the cell doors to one another as well.
So she's solitary. She's wandering around for her single hour by herself.
Have a
out
good
there.
night, Brooke and Baker.
I would not use the word solitary. I would use the word restrictive. Solitary is more when you have absolutely zero contact with other people, whereas restrictive housing, you still can talk to people.
Well, the contact, she has no face-to-face contact. Everybody's behind a door, a big locked jail cell door,
The ward deputies would have been there, so she would have had contact with them.
but no other inmates.
Not face to face, correct?
And then she went to A2 eventually. Does May 2020 to about March of 2021 sound about right?
I honestly don't recall if that's how it's recorded. I would
Okay.
agree with that, but
Well, let's just
I don't have those
assume
dates.
let's just assume she was an A2 ward. That's still a very restrictive ward. 1 hour out a day, 23 hours locked in your cell.
yes and no.
Okay.
Do they have a Peloton that she cannot use, but claim to use every day?
And around this time in your summary, you said that you visited or met with Miss Stauch 34 times.
Yeah, that was across from March 5th to, I think it was January of 2021.
Okay. And were these primarily her cell door being opened and you and two deputies kind of standing at the doorway or sitting down at the doorway and you talking with her?
For the most part, if she happened to be out on the ward, I would talk to her there, but I think the majority would, how you described it, would be accurate.
Okay.
Yeah, I really want.
How long would those
can't look
visits last?
They could last anywhere probably from about 5 to maybe 30 minutes, depending on what we were talking about.
Okay.
I really want jury duty, but I don't think I'll ever get actually
And
seated on the jury.
you're basing your findings and opinions and what you've told the jury based on those visits, in-person visits with Miss Stauch, correct?
That and the collateral information that I had access to, as well as my staff's reports and deputy reports.
Okay.
That's a kind of a fair assessment.
Now, other than the 1 hour, Miss Stauch's more or less locked in a cell by herself for 23 hours, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Except for the hour out, during this time or majority of the time, Miss Stauch is locked in a jail cell for 23 hours.
Yes.
And you weren't able to observe what she was doing for those 23 hours a day.
would
The
be
deputies
horrible.
would observe that and write reports.
Okay. But there's not somebody watching her those 23 hours.
The
While
ent-
she's in the jail cell, I mean, she could be eating her own feces in the jail cell and nobody would know.
So two things with that. There's
That was a good
15-minute
hypothetical.
checks, as well as the camera system in the wards. You can typically see through the windows in the cells. So in essence, there is 24-hour observation. You might not be able to see everything, but
So during your time working, speaking of these every 15-minute checks in these wards, somebody was found hanging cold from one of their cells and the 15-minute check had been missed while you were there. Do you remember that?
Objection, your relevance.
Ooh.
Overruled.
yes.
Okay, so mistakes were made during this every 15-minute check for somebody to have hung themselves and been missed several checks, so much so that when they took the body down, it was cold.
It could happen, yes.
Okay. Also, there's a lot that could have been missed with what Ms. Stauch was doing the 23 hours when she was locked down in her cell, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to dissociative identity disorder,
Someone was Epstein.
you were able to tell me that just within pretty much on March 5th, 2020, the first day in 30 or 40-minute meeting with her rule out dissociative identity disorder, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I have a copy of the DSM-5.
Sure.
And that's more or less the Bible of psychology and psychiatry, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And we were talking earlier about possession forms of dissociative identity disorder and non-possession forms. And it says most individuals with non-possession form
I feel like
dissociative identity
I could see a
disorder
warden saying
do
that.
not overtly display their discontinuity of identity for long periods of time.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So those are kind of shorter periods of time where people could dissociate and I mean, sorry, it's kind of just how it's written. I think what you're getting to is, could there be times that it happened allegedly and it not be seen? Sure. However, in my initial evaluation with her, typically somebody who was having these amnesias or losses of time would report that. They would report something that they were worried about missing gaps of time, as well as forgetting things. And so there would be a general concern that I would expect somebody to report, not somebody to have an adequate orientation and deny any of that. There's also comorbid symptoms that go along with that. So people with dissociative identity disorder tend to be have a high rate, about 70% have attempted suicide or engage in frequent self-harming behaviors. So those things were not met. I also would have expected somebody to report clinically significant impairment in social and occupational functioning as a result of that. So when somebody denies those things, then I can absolutely rule it out because it's not a concern to them. So it's not impairing their functioning.
So you can rule out a disease that symptoms may not manifest themselves for long periods of time. You can rule it out in just 20, 30, 40 minutes. Is that what you're saying?
Generally, and then if there's
Okay.
more information, I can
Now,
always
in
go back.
dissociative identity disorder,
I'm gonna ask that she be allowed to
Yeah,
finish her answer.
that
for
was
the next
bad.
question.
Sustained. You can
and I'm
ahead
going to
and
ask that she be more responsive to the question and answer it and not.
I understand. It seemed to me that it was responsive to the question. You can go ahead and finish your answer.
He's getting attitude.
I was just trying to say that if there were other symptoms that came up, a diagnosis is something that is working. Could it be changed if new symptoms come up? Absolutely.
And sometimes it can take years to diagnose somebody with dissociative identity disorder, correct?
In terms of years, it can present at any time, but I wouldn't say someone would take numerous years to form that diagnosis.
It also says only a small minority of individuals with dissociative identity disorder present to clinical attention with observable alternation of
This
identities.
is the first time he's read that sentence.
It's
Hold on, let me ask the question.
okay.
Okay. That means that at any given time, a person with dissociative identity disorder is only going to present exhibiting those symptoms a small percentage of the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Obsessive compulsive disorder and anxiety are some of the symptoms of dissociative identity disorder, correct?
No, they're not some of the symptoms of it, but they could be associated with that, or what we call a comorbidity. So, and a diagnosis that could occur alongside of that diagnosis.
And some people who actually suffer from dissociative identity disorder are actually initially diagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder, anxiety, or bipolar, correct?
Including that, it could also be depression, personality disorders, that they could be really diagnosed with anything.
When you see diagnoses in a psychological sense, it'll say diagnosed with this and then rule out this.
Yes.
Did you do any of the rule out stuff for dissociative identity disorder, bipolar disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder?
Again, yes. I mean, it was related to, again, as I explained, casting a wide net. You see what symptoms they're reporting and what things are concerning to them, because when you're diagnosing, again, if it's not clinically or significantly impairing their day-to-day functioning, you don't qualify that as a diagnosis. That is usually, I think, in dissociative identity disorder, maybe criterion E, but it could be a different criterion letter in any of the diagnoses. It has to clinically significantly impair their functioning in order to be diagnosed.
Yeah, back when, but he had really good lawyers, so they could take advantage of it. Really expensive lawyers. Did he give up and walk away?
So when you were ruling out Ms. Stauch,
Yeah. She will reaffirm
having
her position. She's a
bipolar
good
disorder,
witness,
which
for
is
the
the
most part.
manic depressive stage, you said that you know, what you look for and you didn't notice was any excessive spending or partying, or, you know, showing up and with a bunch of clothes and not, or clothes or whatever purchases from a store and not realizing where you got them. How are you going to notice that or rule that out based on her partying or, you know, excessive spending if she's locked up in a jail? That seems like that's kind of a no-go, but yet you told the jury this.
So when you asked that question, you added the dissociative and the bipolar together. So
well, I'll just talk about the bipolar.
Well, those were the examples that you gave, but specific to a bipolar disorder, somebody who might be presenting that way in the jail would likely not be sleeping consistently. They'd be very hyperactive, almost like jumping around and really fidgety all of the time. They would be talking very rapidly. They would have a flight of ideas. So going, jumping from subject to subject and just talk, you can't follow the conversation along.
But you're telling me there's a chance, Jeannie
So
B.
that's how I would assess for that in a jail setting.
So again, she was locked down 23 hours a day. So a lot of that could be going on. She could be talking to God in Latin in her jail cell, and you or nobody else would even know that, would you?
So we were talking about the March 5th date, and she reported none of those symptoms. So that's how I can rule it out at that time.
Okay. And is that a common sign when somebody's asked, do you suffer from this mental illness? And if they deny it, well, that's it.
Unless there's contradictory evidence to it.
Okay. Are you aware that many people that are sick will deny being sick?
I am.
Okay. Like they don't want to take their medicines. There's nothing wrong with them. You know, I like living in
That's
my
a
crazy
fair
wide
follow-up to
world,
her
and there's nothing
response.
wrong with
I like
me.
that.
Sure, but there's still observable symptoms by other people just because somebody denies it. Again, as I explained, when I'm assessing somebody, I look at all of their body features, their speech, their language, movement, and did not note any of that. So that would be consistent with not having that concern at that time.
Well, you have to with most diagnoses, I would imagine, right?
So what they say,
There's no
a patient
physical
does not
manifestation
determine
of it.
whether they have the mental disorder or not.
Not exclusively.
It's part of it, and it's just a case by case basis.
Absolutely.
Again, as I've said, is a polite version of listen, MFer. He doesn't have a terrible amount to work with, but presumably he's got a defense expert that has a report. So he would be working off of that to extrapolate
So
cross-examination.
I'm looking in the DSM-5 under the dissociative identity disorder section. And it says older individuals may present to treatment with what appear to be late life
DID?
mood disorders, obsessive compulsive disorder, paranoia, psychotic mood disorders. But actually, it turns out it's dissociative identity disorder. Does that sound correct?
That could be a possibility, yes.
Jugman, if you're listening, we
And
have a question for you.
You correct me if I'm wrong. That means that people can later in their life, and obviously not children, but probably adults are talking about, they can appear with what may originally be diagnosed as obsessive compulsive
It's enough to
disorders,
confuse the
paranoia,
jury.
some other psychotic mood disorders, but it's actually dissociative identity disorder, correct?
It could.
Can you have dissociative identity disorder and bipolar or major depressive disorder or, general, anxiety? Can you have many diagnoses, or will one subsume all the other ones?
It's very dependent on what the combination of diagnoses that you would have, because a lot of symptoms could overlap in different diagnoses. So I couldn't answer that specifically.
Okay.
Should you jump back? I don't know. You could finish watching
Did
with
you
us and then
ever
jump back if you
review
want.
any reports from her psychiatrist, psychologist that she consulted with several times in late 2019, December of 2019 ? So just a
If
few
you have
months before
bipolar
you
1
met
with underlying mania,
Um,
Did you ever
and
review those
psychosis,
records?
She had
that would
denied
be
seeing anybody but her primary care provider
potential
for
insanity
the
defense right there.
information. And then the only treatment records we requested to obtain was from, I believe, South Carolina.
Okay.
I don't
So if
necessarily
somebody
think
did
that's
see a psychiatrist
true.
or a psychologist in December of 2019, was charged with committing a murder of a young child, as in this case, within a month or so of that, and they were diagnosed with a mental health disorder, would that have been relevant or helped you in determining what was going on with Ms. Stauch when you had her at the jail?
I believe that all information is relevant.
I haven't heard
But she
OCD
didn't,
except
so
for
if
her
somebody doesn't
or her
tell you
family.
what they've seen or what they've done or what treatment they had, are you not able to get those records?
If I don't know where to request records from, I can't just throw out an
Okay.
ROI to every place. So
Okay.
no, I wouldn't.
And that's fair enough. I didn't know if there was some kind of like, you know,
Yeah, there's that.
general data bank where you could go and get all the records from a certain person or what. You still have to go around piecemeal and track them down. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about, Mr. Young talked about a 2018 mental health day in a Canadian mental health hospital. Do
Yeah,
you
and if
remember
you
discussing
add a
that with Mr.
psychosis
Young?
into it,
Yes,
Okay.
It's really
And you have no records of that, do you?
I do not.
Okay. And you didn't even put in for those records.
I did not.
Okay. So she could have actually done that, and there could be records of a stay in Canada in 2018, or there may not be. It could be something she made up, correct?
Absolutely.
But you don't know which is which.
I do not.
yeah, but the defense attorney can't testify. And she was asked on direct about the whole
So one of
hospitalized in
the
Canada thing. She
things
said
in
she had
your
no
report
information on it.
that goes along with dissociative identity.
Actually, that's a really good cross. So she was asked on direct because remember, the defendant had a letter that said that she was hospitalized in Canada. I think it was for like 2 days or something. But anyways, and this woman was asked on direct whether or not she had any information about that. And she said no. But if on cross she says, well, I don't have any information and I never looked for it, that's kind of important.
Identity disorder, or maybe it's bipolar, you correct me, please, is that there needs to have been some sort of suicide ideation or actually an attempt made. Is that correct?
So
Is that for DID or bipolar?
it could happen with either, but what I had previously said was that so in the DSM there's
Those records exist. Her
As-
expert has them.
kind of association. So again, there's the criteria, but then all of these other things that kind of help you make the diagnosis, confirm or refute it. And it in the DSM it says that about 70% of people who are diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder have repeated and frequent suicidal ideation and have potentially attempted suicide as well.
Okay. So the flip of that is 30% have not attempted suicide.
Yes.
Okay. But the majority of diagnosed DID people, and DID is dissociative identity disorder, the majority, 70%, have had some type of suicide attempt or ideation. So is that correct?
Repeated.
Repeated?
Yes.
Okay, so more than one.
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Stauch, when she was brought in and for several weeks after she was at the jail, she was on suicide watch. Correct?
They know
That
what's
was my decision, not her saying that she was suicidal. I did
Okay,
that for
but
her
she,
safety,
but she was on suicide watch.
which I put her on for her safety. Yes.
they know what their client is all about. They're trying to do their job and making the state work for their case, not just handing it to them. So I give them props for actually bringing some sort of defense at this.
One of the things you talked to Mr. Young about is he asked you this. So, and I actually had to have a little chuckle, but he asked you about a normal person charged with first degree murder. Is there a standard behavior pattern for a person charged with first degree murder?
Good question.
It varies. I've worked with lots of people who have been charged with that, and
I have too. And it varies.
I might show
It
signs
does,
of
it can,
depression.
yeah.
I was.
So there's not really a normal person charged with first degree murder behavior, is there?
it's not.
I get a tissue?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, essentially, yes. That's a correct assessment. Is he done? It wasn't as long as I was expecting if he's done. Yeah, they're doing an okay cross. It's decent enough. As an expert, she's kind of but she's not like the key expert either. The key expert apparently is going to be here tomorrow. And this is the one that's really the one who did the assessment, because at the end of the day, this witness never really assessed her for mental health, regardless of what her qualifications are. She didn't really assess anything.
That's all I have for now, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect?
Yes, sir. Thanks.
All right, I'm going to get a little redirect. And I'll be right back, folks, so you guys can entertain yourselves.
Is everyone who commits first-degree murder placed on suicide watch when they entered the jail?
Yes.
Is that standard regardless of what your evaluation says or whether or not you see any signs of mental illness with those individuals?
Yes.
Is that what happened with Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
Had nothing to do with any potential diagnosis?
Correct.
And is your role to rule out any diagnosis with Ms. Stauch?
It's mostly to assess for the current symptoms and ensure her safety and stability in the jail.
Remember when we started out, it seems like days ago, about a clinical evaluation versus a forensic evaluation?
Yes.
Are you more on the clinical side when you meet Ms. Stauch on March 5th, 2020 to treat her for any illnesses that she might have?
Yes.
And did you see any illnesses that needed treated on March 5th of 2020?
Just the anxiety.
And if she was diagnosed with anxiety in 2019 in the month of December, would that be consistent with what you saw?
Yes.
What was the bad answer?
There was a lot of discussion about
Is that on
her
redirect?
bringing up
I
the
missed it.
fact that she may have been a victim of sexual assault on cross-examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
There in your notes, the first time that you make a note about it is in what time is that? Do you recall?
I think that was the June 5th.
Well, is that your notes or is that
Or-
someone else's notes?
Sorry, I'm getting confused. I think we established that it was the molestation was June she talked about, and then I don't remember the other date about the assault, whatever date that was, the sexual assault.
On June 5th, and we talked about this on direct examination as well, she mentions that one of her traumatic stresses was molestation at age 14.
Yes.
Initially, she told Tara Sabo. Who's Tara Sabo?
She is a nurse that worked in our intake area.
And that's
Yes, apparently that's the expert that's going to be appearing tomorrow.
TERRASABO.
Yes.
That she was sexually assaulted in 2019.
Yes.
A few months or a year before you met her on March 5th of 2020.
Yes.
And that's when that note is dated, right? March 5th of 2020.
Yes.
The first time she mentions anything about her stepfather and her uncle is in that later note towards the end of your contact with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Council
That's-
just asked
I
you some
wasn't
questions
sure
about people
what
may
came in on the chat.
not want to be upfront with their mental illnesses. And you said that may be common, correct?
Yes.
In your setting at the jail, is it common for people to fake their mental illnesses?
Yes.
And is it common, as it mentioned in the DSM-5 about the cautionary statement, Is that why you need to be careful when you're diagnosing someone in a jail setting who may have something to gain based on your diagnosis?
Absolutely.
And did that come into play during your entire contact and why you were able to say she does not have dissociative identity disorder?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Well, it was compound all. You need to rephrase.
Did that have an impact on your opinion that she rendered that she does not have dissociative identity
Looks like an
disorder?
FBI
Yes.
agent with the ponytail.
Why?
Because the presentation that she had was in, especially in the beginning, there was no overt symptoms of anything. And then once competency was raised, there was all of these symptoms
good
that
evening,
just
Siri.
popped up out of nowhere, seemingly. And so that was inconsistent with somebody who would have had reported these symptoms and had concerns with these symptoms ahead of time prior to competency being raised.
Counsel asked you some questions about her comfort level in talking to you because there's two deputies around. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Did she have any issues talking to you and telling you not only things about herself, but things about the actual crime itself?
No.
Did she, I think we talked about this on direct, but would she just blurt things out to you and nonstop talking kind of thing?
Yes.
Did you have to ask a lot of questions or did you just sit and listen?
A lot of it was listening.
The conversation you had with her on March 20th of 2020 about Gannon's body being found. Do you remember counsel asking you questions about that?
Yes.
He asked you a hypothetical about if the attorneys came in and told her about it, then she would have known about it before you talked to her. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Does the jail keep track when attorneys visit the jail?
Yes.
And do you have a log of every time
Could
the
have been a
attorneys
phone
make
call,
a professional
sir.
visit?
The jail would, I do not.
Have you seen those logs before?
I don't think so.
May I approach her?
You're the witness.
The witness.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to see what he's.
Oh, yep, that's true.
Celine Dion. Let's see here. Trying to get caught up on the chat. Okay, so there's a couple of people that have asked, doesn't she need to focus on a specific
Approach witness?
diagnosis?
You may go ahead.
I don't think that's right. I think they just have a conversation,
Recognize that document?
talk about things, and then see.
Yes, it's
where it
the
kind of
visitation log report.
And is it the visitation log reports for Ms. Stauch
Yes.
at the El Paso County Jail?
Is hearsay. Can't testify to what that is. If they want to get somebody that can lay a proper foundation for this document, that's fine. This is not the person to do that.
Well, she may be, she may not be. I don't know that. You need to ask her whether or not it's a business record and whether she can lay the foundation for a business record.
You recognize this document as a business record?
Yes.
Surprise question, right? Is this something that's routinely kept at the jail and is actually an open record for the public?
Yes.
And is this a business record with regards to professional visits of Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
And would this reflect any professional visits by her
No.
attorneys?
This is proper,
in the
improper
timeframe we're talking
foundation.
about,
She's not
March 20?
Your Honor, I'm objecting
Yes.
under
Yeah.
law, but this is
Good.
hearsay. I can't
Good
cross-examine
objection.
this document or the person.
Your Honor, he brought this up.
Stop, both of you. Okay. I have an objection. If I want a response, I'll ask for one. The objection's overruled. Right
What?
now, we're working on laying a business record
She's not the business
exception
record
to the hearsay
custodian,
rule.
sir.
So let's deal with that first. It hasn't been asked to be offered to be admitted yet, but I understand what we're dealing with. It's been identified for the record. Go ahead and move it.
And Your Honor, could you advise Mr. Young to not taunt me in open court?
Oh my God.
Actually, the person who brought this up originally, so yelling across the courtroom,
That's a
I
little.
don't appreciate that. I don't think it's professional.
Let's
To
make
make
sure
you
we're
look
all
weak,
on the same
you're-
page. I make the rulings. Everybody directs their comments to me. If there's an objection, I'll ask for a grounds. I'll rule on the objection.
Don't get brazen
Everybody,
with
both
me.
sides, direct your comments to me. And we'll leave it at that. Mr. Young, you were in the midst of making or establishing a foundation for a business record. Go ahead.
So this is what you purported it to be, the jail logs for professional visits at that time frame when Ms. Stauch told you that Gannon was found in Florida. You remember that?
Yes.
And would this indicate to you whether or not her attorneys had access to her prior to Gannon's body being found and prior to you talking to her about Gannon's body being found?
They did not.
Does it tell you when the last professional visit was prior to that contact?
March 13th of 2020.
And when was the next visit after your conversation with her in March 2020?
April 9th, 2020.
Shame!
That was bad. Okay. Those should not have been admitted.
In addition to what we just talked about, what was her demeanor like when she was telling you that Gannon's body was found in Florida?
She was a bit tearful, but again, also kind of asking about or focusing on other.
Overruled, it was covered in cross-examination as proper redirect.
Please continue. What was her demeanor like?
Her attorney supposedly told her.
She was a bit tearful, but also asking about other things and not totally focused on just the loss of a child at that time, or confirmation of that, I should say.
Parties are arguing over.
Did you have any indication that perhaps she had heard this already from anyone?
No.
So there was a question as to whether or not the defendant knew Gannon's body was found in Florida before this witness told her that the body was found in Florida. The defense has said that her attorneys told her, and then the prosecution was trying to introduce essentially a log at the jail to try to say that her attorneys never visited her prior to the defendant's meeting with this witness. And I don't think that document should have been admitted, because in order to do that, you need to establish its credibility and lay a foundation. A business record custodian is really the only person who can do that, and she is not. So it shouldn't have been admitted.
With regards to your March 5th, 2020 first conversation with her, counsel asked you questions about ruling out DID or dissociative identity disorder at that time. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Were you there to make a diagnosis? Were you ruling anything out, or were you basing your opinion on what you learned from her on that day?
Kind of a little bit of both, but a lot of an initial mental health assessment, especially in a jail setting, would be to take what the person says and go with that. And then again, if there's additional information that comes up to confirm or refute something later, then we can do that.
Did you have any notes or any indication that Ms. Stauch was eating her own feces in the jail cell?
No.
Would you have known that if that was going to happen, if that happened?
Yes.
Counsel asked you questions about sometimes that it takes years to make a diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Do people who actually suffer from this disorder, do they know they have that disorder prior to getting treatment?
Most often not. They could, but it's pretty rare. And again, that they would be reporting other symptoms, other things that they were concerned of, such as gaps of time missing and unexplained things showing up and forgetting how to work or forgetting how to drive. So they would be reporting, they might not say, hey, I have another personality, but they would be reporting all of these other concerns that would then support a diagnosis.
Would oftentimes family members
Yes.
report that diagnosis? For instance, a spouse. My husband didn't know who I was yesterday. It was weird. We need help.
Yes.
Is that common? Is that how people discover this disorder?
Typically, there would be other observations, other people reporting if that person had no recollection of that or weren't reporting it themselves. They would a lot of collateral contacts, a lot of observations would be seen by a spouse, family members, deputies, other mental health staff, things like that.
And when you're in your vast
That could be the
experience
headline
of-
based off
I'm
the cross.
assuming you've had a lot of contact with people who have serious mental illness.
Yes.
Is it something that's very obvious to you when you see it or when you're talking to someone? For instance, we talked about the psychosis issues. I mean,
Is she going to
you know
say
it
that
when you
it's
see it.
obvious?
Yes, I've worked in this field for over 10 years, and most of my contacts have been with very severe and persistently
That
mentally
seems
ill people.
dubious.
And so I am very familiar, very comfortable with spotting things very quickly.
And would
That's
family
why the
members
defense
also
is
know that if
hypothetical.
they had a loved one that they've been around their whole lives, would they know if someone had a serious mental illness?
No, she's been qualified as an expert.
Yeah,
I think she
he's
can
asking
give
a hypothetical.
her opinion based on her expertise. It goes to weight, not admissibility.
Would they know if their family member had a serious mental illness and report it and say something's wrong here?
Absolutely. We've had calls at the jail from family members reporting their loved ones' concerns.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for
Yes,
Dr.
jury
Moore?
question.
Looks like we have one.
Your Honor, very quickly, I'd like to, based on a new document that was introduced, correct?
Counsel approached.
All right, and that's appropriate. He's asking for recross. I don't think that document should have been admitted, but there's a new document that was admitted on redirect, so he should be able to essentially recross the witness based on that document or whatever else, anything new that was brought in. It's obvious when they're having episodes. I don't know, technical term. Yes, maybe. But we're talking about someone who's not actually going through it currently. We're talking about in the past. January 26, 27, 28 of 2020 is when she was going through it. So it might have been obvious, I guess, then. But the question is, if it's not obvious now, if she's not having an episode, is it going to be that obvious, I guess, is my question. And I don't think so. Oh, why do we call him Eeyore? Somebody asked that. The lead defense attorney, or the one sitting closest to the lectern, we call Eeyore because he sounds like Eeyore. He's always, no objection or whatever. I'm sad. So he sounds like Eeyore, so we call him Eeyore. He asked about the attorney-client meetings. Yes, but just the fact that they met is not necessarily attorney-client privilege in this sort of context. But what they should not have been able to do was get in the essentially the attendance record of people that checked into the jail, because she doesn't maintain those records. The idea behind laying foundation of any evidence is that we need to trust that it's reliable, that it's credible, that it is what we're saying it is. And the only way to do that is to have somebody say that, yes, I wrote that contract. I took that picture. Or I didn't necessarily write this log, but I maintain it as a part of my job and as a part of regularly conducted business. We have these logs, and when everybody comes there, they sign and fill out their name and the date and the time, and then I maintain those. I'm in charge of maintaining them. I am the custodian of record. That's how you can have confidence that this document is what I'm telling you it is. This woman on the stand is not the custodian of record. So the question is then, was there a proper foundation laid? And I don't think there was, because she's just the psychologist. She doesn't maintain the logs. She can maybe recognize them and say, yeah, that looks like it. But how do we know it's actually the log from actually that day, from actually that prison? She's not the one that maintains it. So that's the problem. Yes, I understand that, but that still goes to the weight. Remember, this witness was not around her on January 26, 27, 28. So for her to say it's obvious if this person suffers from something, not really. Not if they're currently suffering from it. It might be obvious to onlookers when I have the flu, but when I'm don't have the flu anymore? Is it obvious as to when I had it or if I ever had it? Let's see. Yes. The judge has to ask every personality if they want to testify. It's going to be amazing if she testifies. Oh, I want to make sure I get any more questions. Oh, so many I missed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right.
I'm just going to do a couple of follow-ups.
Okay.
So March the 20th of 2020, everything in the city and the country and the state went into lockdown because
She
of
doesn't
COVID.
use
Do you
that
remember
document.
that?
I don't know if it was that exact date, but yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that a lockdown went into effect in the jail and there were no personal visits for a period of time because of the COVID pandemic at the jail?
I don't recall any specific thing about that. Could that have happened? Yes, but I don't know exactly what dates that would have been.
And do you know that that jail log does not reflect WebEx or video visits between attorneys and clients? Were you aware of that?
It just says visitation log,
Okay.
so.
Yes, it's
If I
hearsay.
told you
but
that was for in-person
it's under
visits
an
only,
exception to the hearsay rule.
would that change your answer?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor.
That's
Lack of
sustained.
foundation.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you know that there were WebEx visits or video visits going on between attorneys and defendants incarcerated at the jail during this pandemic period?
If you're asking if that occurs, I believe it would.
Okay. And were you aware that the document you're looking at only shows in-person visits where somebody
Little
comes
Lucy, yeah.
physically down to the jail and does a visit at the jail and does not reflect any WebEx or video visits?
I couldn't say one way or the other.
Okay. So you can't say one way or the other whether there was a video visit done on March the 20th between Ms. Stauch and her attorneys.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Just
Right.
That was
Dr.
good. Cross.
Moore, if the defendant's claims were true, that she was sexually, physically, and emotionally abused on an ongoing basis from a young age, is it your professional opinion that such a person can still grow up to be sane even if untreated?
Yes.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question only.
That's a good jury question.
Prosecution?
No, thank you.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Moore. You can step down.
All right.
Watch your
I'd
step.
like
Watch your step down,
hey,
please.
shows that the jury's paying
Can I
attention.
retrieve the document from you, Dr. Moore?
Oh, yes, right.
Thanks.
They might, but that was a good cross, and the jury had a good question. Yeah, COVID made her do it. COVID made her sane again after she already went crazy to do it. Is everyone just leaving?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our evening break. Again, I have a message that we are anticipating a weather event. And in Colorado, that could mean that we might have a wet street tomorrow. It could also mean that we have 3 feet of snow somewhere in between. Don't know. Here's what I can tell you is that the county, there's usually a meeting at 9 o'clock at night the day before, and then at 5 o'clock in the morning. And I can assure you that I do not intend to call any of you at 5 o'clock in the morning, so you don't have to worry about that part. The best advisement is, or the best place to get advice about what has happened or the status about what has happened is 719-520-SNOW. That will tell you about the El Paso County Combined Courts. That's what we are. And oftentimes, actually all the time, these decisions are really not made based on what's going on in the courthouse. It's based on what's going on everywhere else. Because oftentimes the courthouse takes up a lot of
I need to write
resources
that number
from the
down.
El Paso County Sheriff's Office. And sometimes because of adverse weather events, those resources are needed elsewhere in the county. And because of that, the courthouse just can't function. And so what happens is they either close the courthouse or they will have a delayed start. If we have a delayed start, meet Mr. Combs where you would normally meet Mr. Combs at 10 o'clock. And then we will start here at 10:30. So you'll meet him, bring you over the way that he has every morning before, and then we'll be in place to start at 10:30. The good news is that even with a delayed start and things like that, I think we are ahead of where the attorneys thought we would be at this point in the process. So things are going.
Give us a timeline.
Whether it seems like it or not, things are going faster than what we had anticipated when we started this. So we're still in pretty good shape in that regard. The most important thing is to be safe. When you're going home tonight, when you're coming in tomorrow, just be safe. Make sure that you have my card so that if you need to call us, you can do that, so that we're not worried about you, where you might be or something like that. Please just let us know if there's a delay. There are, can I get a show of hands of people who are Palmer Divide region, Black Forest region, Teller County? Okay. I think probably you are the ones that it's going to most impact. That's what I understand. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Hopefully we've had such warm weather recently that while we get snow on the ground, it may not be in the road and everything will be okay. But that's the plan. You can always call us in the morning and find out, or call us and check and see if there's any update or anything like that if you want to do that. If you call 520 SNOW and there's no message on there, anticipate being here at the time that you normally would be here. So the only reason why you would be late is if you get the message from 520 SNOW or something like that. Okay. So again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of this case. Be safe. We'll see you in the morning. All rise.
Maybe see you tomorrow. No, we're going to see you tomorrow. Definitely. The court is going tomorrow because we have a big witness that's flying in. So the question is what time they're going to start. I'm still going to post my stream at 10:45 and we'll kind of play it by ear and we'll see where we start. But no, there's going to be a big witness that they're not going to just not have court tomorrow. You're in late. Well, you'll see us towards the end then.
Thank you. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. You may all be seated. I guess we'll just have to play it by ear and see what's going on.
Give us a timeline.
I assume that Dr. Grimmett must be staying somewhere close.
Yeah, she's staying somewhere close in town. There is a phone call tomorrow morning at 4:30. I'm on it. The sheriff's on it. Chief Judge Bain is on it. Emergency management folks. So
right.
There is a plan as far as to discuss any road conditions, and we'll know that tomorrow morning.
So we'll just, I'm going to plan on same time, same station, unless we hear something different. And stay in touch with, you must have contact information for Dr. Grimmett, right?
We do.
Okay.
Yes.
So stay in touch with her and just let her know what the flex is in the event that it becomes that way. We'll start at 9 o'clock if everything's okay. If not, she needs to be here at 10:30 and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, what we've tentatively told her is to be here at 8:45 unless she hears from us. We also gave her the snow line and asked her to be here at 10 if there is a delay.
Okay. And the only other issue that I see is,
good night, Cam.
Either Dr. Torres or Dr. Gray tomorrow?
We were tentatively scheduling Dr. Torres to be at 9, but obviously that's being pushed back now anyway because Dr. Grimmett still needs to testify, but she is on the schedule for tomorrow.
Is she from Pueblo?
She lives here in the Springs.
Oh, okay. I was thinking if she had to drive up, it may be an issue, but okay. All right. Okay. Then we'll see everybody in the morning. Thank you.
Just one thing while we're all here, Your
Mr. Cook.
Based on some of the testimony today, and we can follow up with a written supplemental endorsement that would be for rebuttal. We'd like to introduce or endorse Katie Strobel or Kim Chalmers as possible defense witnesses. Attorneys of Miss.
See, that's why we call him Eeyore.
And
a weak request.
Purposes, they would have done the visits through WebEx on the day in question.
And there's And so they're going to testify about a conversation they had with Ms. Stauch and what it was that they told her.
Your Honor, I don't know. I'm just putting it's a possibility.
Well, the reason why I asked that question is because what I'm going to get is whether or not there's a waiver of attorney-client privilege.
Oh, these are the attorneys.
Right.
Decision.
Okay, so this meeting happened.
Okay.
They're going forward with this.
So obviously, and you don't get to make that decision. Ms. Stauch does.
I understand.
And that's a conversation that I would have to have with her.
She's going to be fighting with them all
Because
night.
it's not, if this were just an issue of Ms. Strobel or Ms. Chalmers were going to testify that they made a phone call, that's one thing. But here the issue is, what was the information that was relayed in that phone call? And that clearly implicates the attorney-client privilege and can only be waived
Yes,
by Ms.
waive it.
Stauch.
Understood, Your Honor.
So, and right now, as I see it, there is
Bye, Dave.
really no evidence of any conversation, which is why the DA is, I don't see this as an attorney-client waiver yet, because there's been no evidence that's been introduced about that. There's been all kinds of innuendo, but as I told the jury, nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. So I can tell you that before they would testify, I would have to have a long conversation with Ms. Stauch. Okay. All right. All right. Court will be in recess then.
Jamie, how much did you hear? Welcome back.
I was listening to it on the way home, or I got out of my appointment and it was just ending.
Oh, so you missed the little cat fight?
But I had to tell you something funny because my
What's that?
eyelash girl loves listening to me talk about trials, and she wanted me to look up some of Letecia's phone calls and play them for her. So I had a ball.
Oh, okay.
playing
So you had to
the
go.
phone calls for her, and I was just dying laughing.
Sure. Is this good or bad? I'm not sure what you're referring to. The testimony overall, or these new witnesses. If you could be a little more specific, I'd be happy to break it down for you. This witness was okay. This wasn't the witness that diagnosed Letecia. So there's that. The cross-examination was fair, actually, and it got a little spicy at times, which is good because I wanted to see some life out of these defense attorneys. In my opinion, there needs to be an authentic defense in this case. Otherwise, it's a severe injustice. So to the system, to the people, to everyone, we're not, sort of looking beyond Ms. Stauch. But anyways, the cross was good. I don't think that document should have been admitted, and I understand why the defense was fighting for it. And apparently, Jamie, so there was, did you hear the damning statement about the Florida thing?
No.
Like Stauch offered up. So when this witness told Stauch that Gannon's body had been found, her response apparently was something like, "I've never been in Florida." And she thought that was weird. And then she was questioned as to whether or not she ever mentioned Florida, and she kind of hemmed and hawed about it. So on cross, they asked her, "Did you thought that was weird, but were you aware that she had a meeting with her attorneys?" And she said no. And then on redirect, the prosecution tried to admit basically a log where people check into the prison to establish that the attorneys never appeared. I don't think that log should have been admitted for foundational hearsay grounds, but it was. And now the defense wants to call her two attorneys at the time as witnesses to basically say, yeah, we met with her and told her that Gannon was found in Florida before she had the meeting with this witness. So that was what the whole squabbling was about.
Oh, her old lawyers?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, the defense did roll up their sleeves a bit. I'd like to, and I did like to see that. Have a good evening, and I never know how to pronounce your name, so I apologize.
Yeah, I knew you were about done here. I just had to hop on because I wanted to ask you really quickly if there's anything good I missed.
That's the one thing that you missed. If I was, I would tell you to go back maybe about 30 minutes or so, 35 minutes from the end of the stream and rewatch that. And I got confirmation in the Facebook chat, by the way, which is a great resource for you all, that she was qualified as both a general psychologist and or she was qualified in both general psychology and forensic psychology. So there we have it. She was qualified in both. Now you're lost now. I'm sorry. Wait, what attorneys are they talking about taking a stand tomorrow? Yeah, so her prior attorneys that represented her before this batch apparently had a meeting with her in March, the day or the day after Gannon's body was found, and told her that they found the body in Florida. There's nothing improper about that. Someone had asked that earlier. That's completely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But that would explain why, when this witness had mentioned it to Letecia, she already knew without this witness having to tell her that the body was found in Florida. Because otherwise it sounds very suspicious. Sounds kind of like you're admitting to a crime because you mentioned the word Florida and nobody told you before. So the fact that she was told by these attorneys prior is important. So, but Letecia has to waive the privilege to call these attorneys. So we'll see if that happens. Okay, good. I'm answering it. Awesome. Happy to help. And that's why she was writing to her attorneys. Possibly. She wrote a lot to a lot of people, from what I gather. The defense wants to bring in the previous attorneys because, again, the state is saying that she made an admission to this witness that she knew Gannon's body was found in Florida when she's in prison, and there's no way she could have known that unless she actually placed him there. That's what the state is saying. And the defense is saying, no, her attorneys told her that they found Gannon's body in Florida. So that's how she knew. So the state now wants to call her prior attorneys to the stand. So we'll see how that goes. And the prison log opened up the door for this now. Yes, because the state admitted that now they can call other witnesses to impeach that evidence in this witness's testimony, that she never met with her attorneys. Presumably they met virtually via WebEx or something. Let's see here. I don't think it was a big L. I think it did okay. You could tell that the witness was rattled when they were cross-examining her about the lawsuits. You could tell that she did stand her ground in some things, but at the end of the day, what we got out of this witness was she's showing no signs of things that are abnormal. But also, I'm not here to diagnose her with anything. And I talked to her about Florida, and it's possible that she heard it from her attorneys before me. I mean, that's kind of what we got out of it. So it was a wash. I don't know. It wasn't the best witness for the state. I imagine tomorrow is going to be much better. Yes, the defense wants to call the attorneys to the stand. So the privilege can be waived in a number of ways. You can do broad waiving or very narrow waiving. I would recommend they would get a signed document from Letecia that says that we are allowed to testify regarding only that particular visit and only regarding whether or not they conveyed to her that Gannon's body was found in Florida. And with that document, they are only going to be testifying about that. So the state's not going to be able to dig into anything else. And it's her privilege to waive. So the attorneys can't say, well, I'm still going to talk about other things. Just about anything. Even whether or not you represent the person is technically covered under attorney-client privilege. And it starts before they're formally retained as well. So if somebody calls me and says, hey, I'm thinking about hiring you, I need an attorney for something, all of that is covered under privilege. I can't even, even if they don't retain me, I can't talk about it. First positive day for the defense, in my opinion. Yeah, they came on strong. I feel like they really kind of came out of their shell and did what I feel like they should be doing. Worries when they ask her questions. Are they getting the truth? I don't know. So here's the thing. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Jamie. I don't care if you are Feral Housewife. I don't care if you are Lynn. When you talk to your attorney, for whatever reason you need to, you're going to lie a little bit. You're going to spin a little bit. You're going to make it look more favorable towards you a little bit or a whole lot, but at least a little bit. Everyone lies to their attorney. Every time somebody talks to me as a client, I know they're not giving me the whole truth. So, well, it looks like they gave them notice now. They gave them notice today that they're going to call these two. They need to get some paperwork in order. I wouldn't imagine the defense isn't going to start with their witnesses, though, until Friday at the earliest, maybe even Monday. So they got a little bit of time to get it all together. And then I have a bunch of starred questions, which I am going to save because I asked Jugman to come back in and probably answer them for us. And I don't see her in the chat anywhere. So I think I'm going to save these and try to get to them maybe tomorrow morning before the stream starts. There are a lot of them about how diagnosing people and DID showing up when you're 35 as opposed to when you're younger and things like that, which are really good questions that I can't answer. And I would like Jugman to do that. So I'm going to say that I'll come back to it. So how'd your appointment go, Jamie?
It was good.
Good.
Just, I don't like to show them right away because like she puts this like padding under them, so it gets my eyes all irritated. So
I see. So now we're having beauty tips.
yeah.
The rest of the show is beauty tips.
Say, I thought that was a really good question. The jury question.
It was. The jury's really good. Yeah. It shows they're paying attention. Somebody said that it shows that they might be taking the mental health seriously. They should be, because it's the defense. And you want the jury to take the defense seriously. I don't want to live in a system where they don't take the defense seriously.
Well, they like even if you're diagnosed or whatever, you can still, I don't know. I just whatever, however it was referenced, I was like sitting in the car going, "That's a good one." Like you can still be sane.
2 witnesses today. We had the FBI cell phone guy and we had the clinical psychologist. So those were our witnesses today. That was it. It was kind of a slow witness day.